Chapter 507. Dandan accurately smashed into the face of the Empyrean Divine Guard. Ah! This Dtion Divine Guard screamed miserably and retreated frantically. Lu Ming saw that the other party's face had been smashed into a pulp. His facial features were completely deformed and he was smashed into a lump. Even his head had almost exploded. If it weren't for the vitality of a Lotur king, an ordinary person would have died from such an injury. Shwa! Shwa! At this moment, the 9 Lotur king corpses had already arrived. The iron chains flew through the air, and some of them were aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, run! I'll block them. Zhuang Hong appeared in front of the 9 corpses and roared. Old Zhuang, let's go together. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go together. No one can escape. Run. We've been betrayed this time. Someone must escape and find the mastermind to avenge us. Zhuang Hong roared. Boom. Immediately, the true yuan on Zhuang Hong's body violently surged. This move again. Damn it. Get out of the way and kill the others. Damn it. Get out of the way. The corpse guards all roared. Lu Ming, find the mastermind and avenge us. This was Zhuang Hong's last sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion resounded. Zhuang Hong had self-detonated. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and the corpse guards all retreated. Whoosh! Amidst the violent energy waves, a storage ring flew toward Lu Ming. It was Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Obviously, even if Zhuang Hong died, he didn't want the Heavenly Corpse sect to benefit from it. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Die. The Heavenly Corpse sect must die. And the mastermind must die as well. I, Lu Ming, swear that I will avenge you. Lu Ming roared in his heart, and an intense killing intent burst forth. Zhuang Hong, this straightforward man, had been drinking and eating meat with him not long ago. Now, he had died a miserable death, and not even his bones were left. Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the heavens. Dandan! Lu Ming shouted again. Dandan was slightly shaken, and once again rushed out, smashing towards the zombie guard whose face had already been smashed. Bang! This time, it was even worse. The zombie guard was almost smashed to death. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming turned into a spear light and disappeared in a flash. The zombie guard didn't even have time to react before it was killed by Lu Ming. A small completion king had died just like that. With the death of this zombie guard, there were no more obstacles in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the man's blood essence. At the same time, he took the man's storage ring. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few Empyrean Divine Guards also took the opportunity to rush out and run far away. Chase! Don't let any of them escape. A zombie guard roared. Nearly 100 zombie guards, along with the refined corpses, split into several groups and chased after the Empyrean Divine Guards. Die, brat! There were also some zombie guards hiding behind the refined corpses and charging towards Lu Ming. Heavenly Corpse sect, I'll remember this. Lu Ming said coldly, then turned around and stepped out. 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Whoosh! After using the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. No matter how the zombie guards chased, they couldn't catch up. Damn it! That brat escaped. A zombie guard shouted unwillingly. Let's chase after the others. We can't let more people escape. Then, these zombie guards chased in other directions. Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven stomping steps was terrifyingly fast. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared 100,000 miles away. Whoosh! He rushed into a forest with an extremely cold gaze. This time, it was too miserable. Almost all of the 50 of them were wiped out. In the end, only a few of them managed to rush out. As for those few people, most of them were injured and might not be able to escape the Heavenly Corp's sex pursuit. Lu Ming had Dandan to thank this time. Otherwise, he might not have been able to break out of the encirclement. Also, with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps extreme speed, he was able to successfully shake off the Heavenly Corp's sex pursuit. Heavenly Corp's sect, this debt will be settled sooner or later. There's also the mastermind behind this. Who is the one who betrayed us? Is it the Xing family? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. At present, the Xing family seemed to be the biggest suspect. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon with a thought. Then, he began to refine the essence blood. The zombie guard was a 4th-level martial king, a low-level martial king. Its essence blood was extremely rich. Lu Ming used all of it to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. Unfortunately, after completely refining the essence blood, the 9 dragons' bloodline was still at the 6th level of the martial king realm. It seems that it's too difficult to reach the 7th level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming sighed. Until now, he had not seen anyone with a 7th level of the martial king realm bloodline, except for Xian Yanqing. Regardless of whether one was a genius or a monster, the 6th level of the martial king realm was the highest level. It seemed that there was a gap between the 6th and 7th level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming pondered for a while. Then, with a move of his finger, a few storage rings appeared in his palm. 2 of them belonged to the zombie guards killed by Lu Ming, and 1 belonged to Zhuang Hong. Elder Zhuang, I wonder if you have any relatives. When I return to the Eastern Branch Palace in the future, I will definitely give your storage ring to your relatives. Lu Ming moved his hand and put away Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Then, he checked the storage rings of the 2 zombie guards. Of the 2 zombie guards, one was a 3rd-level martial king, while the other was a 4th-level martial king realm low-level martial king realm. There were quite a lot of wealth in their storage rings. There were 5 or 6 secret manuals. One of them was about how to refine corpses. Lu Ming flipped through them casually and put them away. Lu Ming valued the top-grade spiritual crystals the most. There were a total of 180,000 of them in the 2 storage rings. This was not a small amount. As for the ultimacy crystals, there was not a single one. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. After tidying up, Lu Ming waved his hand and 20,000 top-grade spiritual crystals floated in the air. Lu Ming wanted to continue improving his cultivation. His cultivation was still too weak. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could easily crush anyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. No one could survive a single attack from him. However, that was only the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was not enough on a bigger stage, like the entire Tianxian domain. For example, if Lu Ming's cultivation was at the low-level martial king realm, Zhuang Hong and the others would not have died, and they would not have been wiped out. Strength was the most important thing. Furthermore, the Tianxian domain was only a small domain within the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's sphere of influence. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was only one of the 4 strongest forces in the Eastern Wilderness. The Divine Wilderness continent was divided into the Central Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Underworld, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. The Eastern Wilderness was only one of the 5 vast regions in the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's current location could only be considered a small part of the Divine Wilderness continent. Bang! 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 Chapter 508. Lu Ming's cultivation started to increase rapidly. After reaching the 2nd layer Martial King realm, the amount of spiritual crystals needed to increase one's cultivation had increased significantly. When Lu Ming had refined 50,000 spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had only increased from the early 2nd layer Martial King realm to the mid 2nd layer Martial King realm. 50,000 spiritual crystals. When he was at the 1st layer Martial King realm, he only needed 30,000 spiritual crystals to increase his cultivation level. When he reached the 2nd layer Martial King realm, it increased to 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to take out more spiritual crystals. Increase at a crazy rate. In less than a day, Lu Ming had refined all 180,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased to the peak of the second layer Martial King realm. If he wanted to reach the third layer Martial King realm, he would need more resources. In the next moment, Lu Ming walked out of the Temple of Paragon and looked to the west. Tianxian Branch Palace, Xing family, I, Lu Ming, am coming. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the Tianxian Branch Palace. Not long after, he passed by the place where he had been ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect. At this moment, there were no other traces of the ambush except for some blood on the ground. The corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect must have been taken away by the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming paused for a moment before he turned into a beam of light and continued to head toward the Tianxian Branch Palace. Lu Ming's speed was much faster since he was traveling alone. The journey that would have taken him half a month was completed in 7 days by Lu Ming. An ancient city appeared in front of him. The city was completely black and there were marks of swords and sabers on it. It was filled with an ancient aura as if it had traveled through time and space from the ancient era. The area of this city was not large. Compared to the Myriad Star City, it was much smaller. However, the reputation of this city was many times greater than that of the Myriad Star City. This was because the city was called Tianxian City. This Tianxian City was the branch palace of the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace in the Tianxian domain. Legend had it that Tianxian City had existed for countless years. It had been preserved from the primordial era, and had existed for over 1,000,000 years. This city had been built by human powerhouses in the ancient times. The entire city was built on a super-large spiritual eye and a Tao eye. Spiritual eye could provide an endless supply of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Therefore, the spiritual qi in Tianxian City was the densest in the Tianxian domain. The Tao eye contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that those who cultivated in Tianxian City would be able to comprehend force and intent faster than those who cultivated in other places. Growing up in Tianxian City, one could say that he was blessed by the heavens. Therefore, there were no ordinary people in Tianxian City. There were only people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. If people outside the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wanted to enter, they would have to pay a huge price. Within 1,000 miles around Tianxian City, there were 8 huge satellite cities. They surrounded Tianxian City like stars surrounding the moon, continuously providing resources to Tianxian City. Lu Ming watched for a while before flying towards Tianxian City. When Lu Ming was within 10 miles of Tianxian City, he suddenly felt a strong pressure pressing down on his body. Lu Ming could not help but land on the ground. Indeed, there is an inscription array in Tianxian City that restricts people from flying. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was already clear about this point. The entire Tianxian City had been inscribed with a powerful inscription array by ancient powerhouses. It was impenetrable and hard for outsiders to break through. At the same time, there was a flight restriction array. Not to mention a martial ancestor, even a martial king would find it hard to fly. Lu Ming had heard that if one wanted to fly in Tianxian City, one would have to be at least a peak king. Lu Ming walked towards Tianxian City on foot. The gates of Tianxian City were open, and there were people coming in and out occasionally. There was a group of soldiers guarding the entrance. Every soldier was emitting a powerful aura. So strong. There are 15 of them, and 5 of them are low-tier kings. The other 10 are all third-layer martial kings. When Lu Ming saw the group of soldiers at the gates, his heart skipped a beat. He was extremely shocked. This was just a group of soldiers guarding the gates, and yet they were already so terrifying. He wondered how many powerhouses were in Tianxian City. Without a doubt, there were as many powerhouses as there were clouds. 80% of the powerhouses of the Tianxian region's Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were here. Lu Ming walked towards the gates with large strides. Stop right there. Who are you? Only disciples of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace can enter this place. If you are not a member of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. A soldier in metal armor stared at Lu Ming. His eyes were like two sharp swords, stabbing into Lu Ming's body. I am Lu Ming, a divine guard of the Eastern Branch Palace. This is my divine guard token. Lu Ming took out his divine guard token and handed it to the soldier. Divine guard of the Eastern Branch Palace? The soldier in metal armor was a little puzzled. He took the token and scanned it with his mind. Then, his eyes calmed down. You are indeed a divine guard of the Eastern Branch Palace. Furthermore, you are the newest Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Could it be that you are sent from the East as reinforcements? Why are you the only one here? The soldier in metal armor returned the divine guard token to Lu Ming as he muttered doubtfully. Can I enter the city now? Lu Ming asked. Since you are a divine guard, you can enter the city. The soldier in metal armor revealed a smile. Just as Lu Ming was about to enter the city, a discordant voice rang out at this moment. Little bastard, it's you? You're not dead yet? A gloomy voice rang out. Lu Ming was stunned and looked towards the city gates. A few figures walked out from the city gates. One of them stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. Shen Kong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect to meet Shen Kong the moment he arrived. There were two other young men beside Shen Kong that Lu Ming had never seen before. Shen Kong, is he the brat from the east that you were talking about? A tall young man looked coldly at Lu Ming. That's right, it's him. Shen Kong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Shen Kong, what do you mean by that? Did you know that I would be in danger? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. Could it be that the Shing family had informed the Heavenly Corpse sect and betrayed them? Hee, what's so strange about that? We received the news 2 days ago that the first batch of reinforcements sent by the Eastern Sub-Palace had been ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect on the way. They were completely annihilated, and none of them managed to escape. You were among the first batch of reinforcements, right? Shen Kong sneered. That's right. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, how dare you betray the Heavenly Divine Palace and secretly contact the Heavenly Corpse sect? Dozens of Heavenly Divine Guards from the Heavenly Divine Palace were killed. You really deserve to die. Today, I will cripple you as a warning to others. Shen Kong suddenly shouted. Shen Kong, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ming said coldly with a calm expression. Nonsense? Lu Ming, how did the Heavenly Corpse sect know about your whereabouts? If someone did not collude with the Heavenly Corpse sect, how could this have happened? Moreover, the first batch of reinforcements was completely annihilated. There were even 3 kings in the group. But what is your cultivation base? Yet, you survived. If you are not a traitor, who else can you be? Chapter 509. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming burst into laughter. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? Shen Kong yelled. Shen Kong, I'm laughing at you. Is there something wrong with your head? Am I a traitor just because I'm alive? What kind of twisted logic is that? Will you only feel better after we've all died in battle? I'm suspecting that you're the traitor who colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect to set us up. Lu Ming yelled. Nonsense. You're slandering me. Shen Kong yelled. At that moment, some people at the city gate were attracted by the two's voices and gathered around curiously. The guards clearly recognized the identities of Shen Kong and the others, but they didn't interfere. Slandering me? Humph, if I remember correctly, you returned to the central region after I beat you up in the Eastern Branch Palace. Not long after that, you sent a message to the Eastern region, asking me to come to the central region to provide support. Now, I suspect that all of this is a trap set up by your Saint clan. You leaked the news to the Heavenly Corpse sect with the purpose of killing me, right? Lu Ming bellowed. His aura was like a dragon, pressing hard on Shen Kong. You're slandering me. Shen Kong was stunned by Lu Ming's aura and was momentarily stunned. He was almost speechless. How dare you slander the Shen clan? You're courting death. Xing Kong, step aside and let me cripple him. The tall young man stepped forward. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Lu Ming coldly. A powerful aura burst out from the tall young man's body. It was terrifying. Peak third layer Martial King Realm. The tall young man's cultivation had reached the peak third layer Martial King Realm. Furthermore, he was no ordinary peak third layer Martial King Realm cultivator. He was definitely a genius among the Martial Kings. Who's that kid? I've never seen him before. How dare he offend the Xing clan? I vaguely heard it just now. It seems to be coming from the Eastern Branch Palace. What? How dare someone from the Eastern Branch Palace offend the Xing clan? They're courting death. Based on what that kid said, it seems like Holy Kong suffered a loss at his hands in the Eastern Branch Palace. I don't think that kid is easy to deal with. Easy to deal with? So what if he defeated Xing Kong? Xing Kong is merely one of the many direct descendants of the Xing family. Xing Feng is much stronger than him. On the side, the onlookers were whispering to each other. Brat, are you going to kneel down and cripple yourself, or do you want me to do it? If I do it, you'll have to suffer. Xing Feng was tall, half a head taller than Lu Ming. His face was cold and arrogant as he looked down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming curled his lips. The members of the Xing family were probably used to being overlords in the Tianxian region. Every single one of them was the same. I advise you to scram. You probably don't know how badly Xing Kong was beaten up by me in the East. Be careful that you don't end up like him. Lu Ming glanced at Xing Feng and said. Arrogant. You're courting death. Xing Feng shouted. Bang! Xing Feng took a step forward like a giant beast, causing the earth to rumble. Then, he struck out with his palm. Kneel. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth gathered and formed a palm print that slammed down on Lu Ming's head. Even a peak LV3 Martial King expert would not dare to take this attack head-on. Buzz! Lu Ming's hand flashed and a long spear appeared. Then, he pulled it out. Boom! The long spear struck the palm print, causing it to crumble instantly. You're the one who should kneel. Lu Ming stepped forward and the long spear in his hand became 10 meters long and as thick as a water tank. He then slammed it down on Xing Feng's head. Xing Feng's face changed. Apparently, he did not expect Lu Ming to destroy his palm print so easily. So, you're quite capable. However, this is not enough to defeat me. Boom! Xing Feng shouted coldly. A 10-meter-tall giant bear appeared above his head. The giant bear was covered in scales and emitted a fierce aura. At the same time, 6 silver chakras shone on the giant bear's body. In the next moment, the giant bear rushed into Xing Feng's body, causing his burly body to swell. Earth-shattering palm. Xing Feng jumped up and slammed his palm down on Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear upward and a tricolor True Dragon flew out with an imposing aura. Now that Lu Ming's wind intent had formed a wind intent rune, the 3 skills of the dragon god had become even more powerful. Boom! The tricolor True Dragon broke through Xing Feng's attack and continued to slam into Xing Feng's body. Xing Feng screamed as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew 100 meters into the air and then fell freely under the effect of the forbidden flight array. Catch me, hurry up and catch me! Xing Feng screamed in fright in the air. Xing Kong and another young man wanted to catch Xing Feng. However, Lu Ming used his long spear to block the two of them. Go away! The other young man yelled but did not dare to make a move. His cultivation was only at the early 3rd level of the Martial King realm, far weaker than Xing Feng. He was obviously no match for Lu Ming. As for Xing Kong, his face was pale and filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had become stronger again. He was definitely not this strong a few months ago when he was in the Eastern Branch Palace. Even Xing Feng, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, could not fight back against Lu Ming. How could this be? Bang! With this delay, sacred wind crashed into the ground. The ground at the entrance of the city was the same as the city walls of Tianxian City. They were both left behind from the ancient era and were extremely hard. They were a few hundred times harder than steel. Xing Feng's face hit the ground heavily and made a teeth-numbing sound. Blood splattered everywhere and the crowd could see 7 or 8 teeth in the blood. "Ah, little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Xing Feng struggled to get up and yelled crazily. He was a genius at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, but he was severely injured from the fall. It was a great humiliation. From today onward, no matter how brilliant his achievements were, it would be a stain on his record that he would never be able to get rid of. The anger in his heart was enough to set the 9 heavens ablaze. However, what greeted him was a long spear. Bang! A long spear struck one side of his face, and his body flew out. The other side of his face crashed heavily onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere as teeth flew. Xing Feng was dumbfounded. The others were dumbfounded too. Lu Ming was ruthless. He attacked before Xing Feng could finish his sentence. This time, Xing Feng was lying on the ground, twitching continuously. He could not get up at all. Xing Kong and the other young man from the Xing clan were covered in cold sweat. Lu Ming reached out and sucked Xing Feng's storage ring into his hand, keeping it without any reservation. He was currently in need of resources. How could he miss out on such a great opportunity? "You too, hand over 50,000 spiritual crystals each and I'll let you go." "Hurry up, take the spiritual crystals." Chapter 5:10. When his voice rang out, the surrounding onlookers were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Where did this guy come from? How audacious! Not only did he severely injure Xing Feng and snatch his storage ring, but he also wanted Xing Kong and Xing Feng to hand over 50,000 spiritual crystals each. This was a blatant robbery. The crowd was in a mess. Xing Kong and Xing Kong were even more astonished. They stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. "What did you say? What did you say?" The other young man from the Xing family suspected that he had heard wrongly. How dare someone do this to them in Tianxian City? Even the elites of the Mu family would not dare to do so. I don't want to repeat myself. Within 3 breaths, hand over 50,000 spiritual crystals each. 1. Lu Ming started counting. You. Don't go overboard. This is Tianxian City, not the East Branch Palace. You are courting death. Xing Kong yelled crazily. 2. Lu Ming did not stop and started counting to 2. Damn it. Damn it. Hurry up and take this guy down. Xing Kong roared at the armored soldiers. However, the armored soldiers were indifferent. They were under the jurisdiction of the Tianxian Branch Palace and were only responsible for guarding the city gate. As for the personal grudges of the other Emperor Sky Divine Guards, they would not interfere. 3. At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. Retreat. Xing Kong and the other young man from the Xing family retreated as fast as lightning. However, even though they were fast, Lu Ming was faster. Whoosh! Lu Ming pulled out the long spear in his hand. Bam! Bam! The shaft of the long spear hit Xing Kong and the other young man in the face. The two of them screamed and flew far away. Now, it's not about the 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming strode towards Xing Kong and the other young man in the face. Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xing Kong screamed hysterically. He felt that half of his face was no longer his. Audacious. Who dares to hit a member of the Xing family? You are courting death. At this moment, a roar rang out from within the city gate. Then, a figure swept over like a gust of wind. Swoosh! Before the figure arrived, a water sword formed by water currents pierced toward Lu Ming's glabella. The sword of flowing water contained a powerful concept of water. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a strong sense of threat from this sword. In an instant, the true essence in his body burst out crazily. The intent realm converged, and he thrust his spear forward. Bam! A crisp sound could be heard. Lu Ming realized that the water sword was tougher than an ordinary level 4 spiritual weapon. At the same time, there was an explosion of vast power. Lu Ming's body shook and he could not help but retreat. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Xing Kong and Lin Ming. This was a young man in a blue robe. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was handsome, but there was a trace of arrogance between his eyebrows. The moment this youth appeared, cries of surprise rang out. I didn't expect Xinjiang to be so close. That kid's days are over. Xinjiang became a king a year ago. But then again, this kid is really bold. He even dared to hit a member of the Xing family. I heard that he came from the east. I don't think he has heard of the Xing family. Some people shook their heads. They felt that Lu Ming was doomed. Brother Jiang, you came at the right time. This kid dared to hit us and humiliate our Xing family. This is unforgivable. Brother Jiang, you have to cripple him for me. When Xing Kong saw Xinjiang, he was wild with joy and shouted excitedly. But what answered him was Xinjiang's kick. Xinjiang's kick landed on Xing Kong's face, leaving him dumbfounded. Trash. You were beaten up so badly by a kid from the east. You are a disgrace to the Xing family. Xinjiang glanced at Xing Kong coldly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said, however, no matter how trash a member of the Xing family is, he can't be beaten by an outsider. Kid, since you attacked us, you have to bear the consequences. His eyes were filled with disdain and he looked superior. Lu Ming curled his lips and sneered, oh? Are you saying that I can't fight back when they attack me? Is there such a logic in this world? Of course you can fight back. But if you fight back, you will have to pay a heavy price. Why? Do you need me to do it myself? Xinjiang said indifferently. Nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Lu Ming said coldly. Xinjiang's face darkened. He said coldly, stubborn. Don't think you can fight me just because you blocked one of my attacks. How naive. Now, I will show you the difference between a king in the lower realm and a king in the lower realm. As he spoke, a powerful aura burst out from Xinjiang's body. The aura of the peak 4th layer martial emperor realm and the 1st layer lesser success stage of water intent. Following this, Xinjiang waved his hand, causing a huge amount of water to appear in the sky. The water turned into swords of water. Kill. As Xinjiang waved his hand, at least 100 swords of water shot toward Lu Ming. The swords of water pierced through the sky, resulting in a shocking sonic boom. Lu Ming wore a stern look. He clenched his fist, causing the force of lightning to gather in the sky, forming spears of lightning. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand, causing the spears of lightning to fly forward and collide with the swords of water. Bang! 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 A series of explosions could be heard in the sky, which lasted for over 100 times. This was a clash between two intents. In the end, the swords of water and the spears of lightning disappeared. The spectators opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Lu Ming was able to block Xinjiang's attack. How could this be possible? Intense. This Lu Ming has already reached the 1st layer lesser success stage of the thunder intent. His intent is not any weaker than the intent of a lesser success stage king. Impressive, impressive. This way, he won't have any bottlenecks before breaking through to the lesser success stage. I think that in less than 2 years, this Lu Ming will become a lesser success stage king. If one reached the intense stage first, they would be able to break through as long as they accumulated enough energy. However, normal people would need 1 or 2 years to break through even if they continuously refined supreme-grade spiritual crystals. This was already very fast. Kid, so your thunder intent has already reached the 1st layer lesser success stage. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, battle prowess is a combination. Only when all kinds of factors are added together can a powerful battle prowess be formed. You and I are still far from each other. Bang! Xinjiang stepped forward. The true yuan on his body seemed to have solidified and was pulsing like blue flames. Slash! A middle-grade level 5 spiritual weapon battle sword appeared in Xinjiang's hand. Boundless true yuan and the intent of water merged as he slashed out. A sparkling blue sword light that was 100 meters long slashed down at Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Chapter 5:11. A tricolor dragon let out a furious roar and collided with Xinjiang's giant blue sword. Bang! Various colors of energy spread out in all directions. Shit! Back off. Some of the spectators with weaker cultivations backed off in fear. When the chi landed on the ground, inscriptions flashed across the ground. Not a single mark was left on the ground. Break! Xinjiang let out a roar as his aura grew stronger. The blue sword glow was even more powerful. The tricolor dragon only managed to resist for a brief moment before it was split in half by the sword glow. The sword glow did not stop there as it continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming placed his spear in front of him. Dang! The sword glow struck the spear shaft. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging toward him. His body shuddered violently as he was sent flying backward. After flying for over 100 meters, Lu Ming's feet finally landed on the ground. He then took another 7 steps backward, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. Lesser Success King Realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming felt his chi and blood surging, as he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference between the 3rd layer Martial King Realm and the 4th layer Martial King Realm was huge. It was not just a difference of 1 level, but 2. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd layer Martial King Realm. With his strength, it was not difficult for him to kill a peak 3rd layer Martial King Realm cultivator. However, there was still a gap between him and a 4th layer Martial King Realm cultivator. It was not something that could be made up with a mere intent. Little did he know that Xinjiang's heart was filled with astonishment. At the same time, a violent murderous intent was emitted from his body. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 2nd layer Martial King Realm, but he was able to block his attacks several times. This was unbelievable, causing him to feel humiliated. It was his first time being blocked by a low-level King Realm cultivator. Die! Xinjiang let out a roar as a murderous intent burst out from his body. His aura was fully unleashed as he slashed toward Lu Ming. The slash caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently, which combined with Xinjiang's sword aura, causing Xinjiang's attack to reach its peak. This slash was even more powerful than the previous one. Boom! Lu Ming's body faintly emitted a dragon's roar as he revolved his true essence to the limit. At the same time, the power of his bloodline fused into his body. He also exerted his full strength. Even if he couldn't win, he would still fight to the end. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and a white figure rushed over. Before he arrived, a resplendent sword light slashed towards Xinjiang. Its power was extremely shocking. Who? Xinjiang's expression changed. He had no choice but to change the direction of his sword momentum and blast towards the sword light. When the 2 sword lights collided, there was a loud explosion. Sword chi spread out in all directions. Xinjiang could not help but take 2 steps back. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the scene. He wore a snow-white robe, snow-white pants, and snow-white boots. His entire body was snow-white, and he looked like a divine jade. It's him? Lu Ming's expression changed. He recognized him. Wasn't this person Mu Xiuyuan? He had once kindly reminded Lu Ming. When did he come to the Central Region's Sky Profound Branch Palace? Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. Mu Xiuyuan, it's you? When Xinjiang saw Mu Xiuyuan, his eyes narrowed slightly and he was somewhat surprised. Xinjiang, long time no see. I don't see any improvement in your skills. Mu Xiuyuan smiled slightly. Mu Xiuyuan, didn't you go to the eastern region to train? When did you come back? Also, why did you stop me? Xingjiang asked coldly. I think it's none of your business when I come back. Also, Lu Ming is my friend. Of course, I have to intervene. Mu Xiuyuan said. This kid is your friend? Does that mean you have to intervene today? Xingjiang said with a gloomy face. He was quite wary of Mu Xiuyuan. Mu Xiuyuan's cultivation was higher than his, and he was a genius disciple of the Mu family. In the Tianxian domain, the Mu family's strength made the Xing family wary. The Mu family would not give the Xing family any face. That's right. Since I'm here today, you can't touch a single hair of his. If you want to fight, you can try. Don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Xiuyuan said with a smile. Good, very good. Mu Xiuyuan, you can protect him now, but can you protect him forever? There's plenty of time later. Let's wait and see. Xingjiang laughed out of anger. He then turned around and strode away. Xing Kong, Xing Feng, and the others hurriedly followed, disappearing into the city in the blink of an eye. This kid knows Mu Xiuyuan. He's lucky to have avoided a disaster. He's lucky to have avoided it once. It's not that easy to avoid offending the Xing family. Based on my understanding of the Xing family, they won't let it go so easily. That's right. I wonder what will happen to this kid in the end? Around them, some people started to discuss among themselves and slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, are you all right? At this moment, Mu Xiuyuan looked at Lu Ming. Brother Mu, thank you for saving me. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. You're welcome. Since you're Lan Er's friend, you're my friend. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me. Mu Xiuyuan laughed and was very forthright. Lan Er. Lu Ming was stunned. Oh. Lu Ming, it seems like you don't know. I'm Mulan's cousin. Mulan's once asked me to take care of you. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been of any help to you. Mu Xiuyuan said with a smile. Lu Ming suddenly realized that Mu Xiuyuan was Mulan's cousin. No wonder he was so kind to Lu Ming from the beginning. May I know where Senior Mulan's is? I haven't seen Senior Mulan since I joined the D Tian Divine Guards. At this moment, Lu Ming naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to ask. Yan Lan once told him that Mulan's father was a big shot in the D Tian Divine Palace. However, Lu Ming had joined the D Tian Divine Palace for so long and had yet to see Mulan's. Logically speaking, Mulan's should have taken the initiative to look for him when she knew that he had joined the D Tian Divine Guards. Lu Ming, it's not easy to see Mulan's. Mu Xiuyuan sighed. Why? Lu Ming quickly asked. Lu Ming, it seems like there are many things that you don't know. Now, let me explain it to you. First of all, Mulan's father is the current family head of the Mu family and also the palace master of the Tianxian branch palace. Mu Xiuyuan threw out a piece of important news. What? Senior Mulan's father is the palace master of the Tianxian branch palace? Lu Ming was taken aback. He was extremely surprised. Yan Lan said that Mulan's father was a big shot in the D Tian Divine Palace. He didn't expect him to be the #1 person in the Tianxian region branch palace, the palace master of the Tianxian branch palace. This was indeed out of Lu Ming's expectations. Then, Mu Xiuyuan explained in detail. Although the Mu family was known as one of the two major families in the Tianxian region, the Mu family had only risen for 100 years after all. Their foundation couldn't be compared to the Xing family. If the Mu family wanted to continue to be strong and continue to be strong, they had to borrow the strength of the Xing family. How could they borrow the strength of the Xing family? Chapter 5:12. Mulan's had been betrothed to an elite from the Xing family since she was young. However, Mulan's didn't seem to like such an arrangement. In her opinion, it was just an exchange of interests, even if the person she was betrothed to was extremely outstanding. Therefore, Mulan's had left the Tianxian branch palace very early on and ran to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. However, Some time ago, because of Lu Ming, she sent a message to her father and agreed to return to the Emperor Sky Divine Palace in exchange for an invitation letter from Lu Ming. This matter was later found out by the elite from the Xing family, so he sent people to the Eastern Branch Palace. That was how the conflict between Lu Ming and the Xing family happened. After hearing this, Lu Ming was enlightened. Combined with what Yan Lan had told him back then, everything was clear to him now. Sigh, why did senior sister Mulan's do this? For an invitation letter of mine, she actually. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you don't have to blame yourself. In fact, that girl Mulan's also knows that she can't avoid it. When the time comes, her father will definitely send people to bring her back. In that case, she might as well take the initiative to get an invitation letter for you. Mu Xiuyuan said. However, Lu Ming still couldn't let it go. He frowned and said, "What do you want me to do? How can I help senior sister Mulan's? It's very difficult to help her." Mu Xiuyuan sighed. "Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will do my best." Lu Ming said. "It's very simple. As long as you defeat the elite from the Xing family who is betrothed to Mulan's and prove that your talent is stronger than his, things will naturally take a turn for the better." Mu Xiuyuan said. "As long as I defeat the other party?" Lu Ming said. He was shocked. "Lu Ming, it's very difficult to defeat the other party. Do you know who the other party is? He is known as the rare genius of the Xing family, the elite of the Xing family, Xing Xingchen." Mu Xiuyuan said. "Oh. How strong is he?" Lu Ming asked. Mu Xiuyuan did not answer. Instead, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Lu Ming, do you know about the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness?" List of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness? Lu Ming was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this. Mu Xiuyuan waved his hand and a thick book appeared. There were 5 words written on it, list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness is compiled by the top Chamber of Commerce in the continent, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. It includes the top 1,000 most powerful geniuses under the age of 30 in the Eastern Wilderness. This is the list of top 1,000 geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness. In the vast Eastern Wilderness, there are countless regions. However, there are only 1,000 geniuses. You can imagine that each of these 1,000 geniuses is a terrifying genius. The Saint Star is ranked 998 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's also the only genius in the Tianxian domain who made it onto the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. His cultivation has definitely reached the King realm. Mu Xiuyuan explained seriously. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He flipped to the last few pages of the list of top 1,000 talents and saw Saint Star's name. His cultivation was also at the King realm, but it did not specify which level of martial king he was at. Is the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness accurate? The Eastern Wilderness is so big and there are so many geniuses. Can all of them really make it onto the list? Lu Ming asked doubtfully. Mu Xiuyuan nodded and said, "The Tianji Chamber of Commerce is the top chamber of commerce in the continent. It's extremely powerful and has spread all over the continent. It's also the most well-informed. Therefore, although the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness is not 100% accurate, it's pretty close." Lu Ming nodded and muttered, "List of top 1,000 talents. That's why it's too difficult to defeat Saint Star." Mu Xiuyuan sighed. "I'll definitely defeat him," Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, he did not say it aloud. Before he had the strength, it was enough to keep it to himself. If he said it aloud, others would take it as a joke. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Lu Ming, you're new to Tianxian City. Let me show you around. Tianxian City is very different from other places. Mu Xiuyuan shook his head as if he wanted to get rid of his worries. A smile appeared on his face. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Lu Ming and Mu Xiuyuan headed to Tianxian City together. As soon as they entered Tianxian City, Lu Ming saw layers upon layers of houses. The houses were pitch black and made of black stones, and they were filled with an ancient aura. Most of these houses had been preserved from the ancient times, along with Tianxian City. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is so dense. And, is that the essence of heaven and earth? Lu Ming's expression changed and he was amazed. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in Tianxian City was much denser than in the eastern subsidiary palace. Moreover, there was a faint essence of heaven and earth in the air, which surprised Lu Ming. Cultivating here would allow one to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth much faster than in the outside world. Mu Xiuyuan smiled and said, Tianxian City is built on a large spiritual qi I and a Tao I. It is filled with dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth and a strong essence of heaven and earth. This is only the periphery of Tianxian City. The deeper you go, the more intense the spiritual qi and essence of heaven and earth will be. Oh! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, the two of them walked along the street and went deeper into Tianxian City. Along the way, Lu Ming looked around. There was not a single shop on either side of the street, which surprised Lu Ming. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a city without shops. Mu Xiuyuan seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. He smiled and said, Tianxian City is different from other cities. In Tianxian City, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Every mansion and room is a sacred place for cultivation. Therefore, most of the Tian divine guards have to rent a house in Tianxian City. Rent a house? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, rent a house. The entire Tianxian City is divided into 4 zones. The outermost zone is the first zone. Normally, renting a house will cost between 100,000 lower spiritual crystals and 1 million lower spiritual crystals a day. Most of the houses here are rented by martial ancestor realm martial artists. As you go deeper into the second zone, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and essence of heaven and earth will be even denser. The rental fee will also increase greatly. Renting a house for a day will cost between 1 and 10 spiritual crystals. In the third zone, renting a house for a day will cost between 10 and 100 spiritual crystals. Mu Xiuyuan explained. See, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. This price was too expensive. It was ridiculously expensive. One should know that the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Eastern Palace only cost 100 spiritual crystals for a day of cultivation. However, in the third zone, the most expensive price was 100 spiritual crystals a day. What about the fourth zone? Lu Ming asked. The third zone was already so expensive. How many spiritual crystals would the fourth zone cost? Chapter 5:13. In addition, if you want to buy a house or a mansion in Tianxian City, you can do so. However, the price is ridiculously high. Therefore, there is a saying in Tianxian City. If anyone can get a house, they will become rich overnight and save decades of hard work. Mu Xiuyuan said. Lu Ming was amazed. Indeed, every inch of land in Tianxian City was worth its weight in gold. If one could get a house, they would be rich even if they rented it to others. However, it is very difficult for ordinary Tian divine guards to get a house unless they have made a great contribution. Only the Mu family and the Xing family will be able to get a house. Mu Xiuyuan continued. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and could only be envious. No wonder there were so many geniuses in the Xing family. One could imagine how strong the geniuses of the Xing family would be after cultivating in such an environment. As for the other Tian divine guards, they would have to spend a large amount of spiritual crystals to rent a place to live and cultivate. That was the difference. The two chatted as they walked. Soon, the two arrived at the second district. The spiritual qi and concept of heaven and earth here were much richer than in the first district. Lu Ming, which district do you want to rent a house in? Mu Xiuyuan asked. Let's go to the third district. Lu Ming said. He did not have many spiritual crystals on him, but didn't he get a storage ring from Xingfeng earlier? He believed that there would be a lot of supreme-grade spiritual crystals in it. Let's go. Soon, the two arrived at the third district. The spiritual chi and concept of heaven and earth here had reached an astonishing level. Staying here for a day would cost at least 10 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. The most expensive one would cost 100 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming looked around for a while and stopped in front of a mansion. Let's go to this one, Lu Ming said. Mu Xiuyuan nodded and said, Lu Ming, in that case, I will not accompany you. Oh right, this time, the Tian Divine Guard sent by the 4 branch palaces as reinforcements have only been here for half a month. They can take a good rest. There is no need for them to go out and fight the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, in half a month, they will depart to fight the Heavenly Corpse sect. Generally, there are 2 ways. The first way is that the mission hall will issue some missions related to killing members of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and there will be rewards for completing them. The second way is that if someone doesn't accept any missions, they will be arranged to go to the battlefield and participate in the war against the Heavenly Corpse sect. Thank you, Brother Mu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. All right then, I'll take my leave first. Mu Xiuyuan smiled and strode towards the depths of Tianxian City. Mu Xiuyuan was a direct descendant of the Mu clan, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Naturally, he lived in the deepest area, the 4th area. After Mu Xiuyuan left, Lu Ming walked towards the mansion on the side. Little brother, are you looking to rent a house? A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of the mansion and smiled when he saw Lu Ming walk in. Yes, I'm here to rent a house. How many spiritual crystals per day? Lu Ming asked. 50 spiritual crystals per day. How long do you want to rent it for? The middle-aged man asked. 15 days. Lu Ming took out 750 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took them and the smile on his face widened. He took out a jade token and said, Little brother, this is your key. Your room is room 19. All right. Lu Ming took the jade token and walked into the mansion. There were many rooms in the mansion, and a number was written on the outside of each room. Room 19. Lu Ming quickly found room 19. These rooms were made of stone, and even the door was made of stone. There was a pit on the stone door, and Lu Ming placed the jade token into the pit. Gotcha! The stone door opened automatically, and Lu Ming walked in. The room was very simple. There was only a bed and a table. Lu Ming closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With a thought, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with the heavens and earth, quietly comprehending the intent realm of heaven and earth. The intent realm of heaven and earth here is so clear. Lu Ming was a little shocked. He felt that although this place was not as good as the Tao Enlightenment Palace, it was much better than the outside world. Here, it was only 50 spiritual crystals per day. Even if the areas with 100 spiritual crystals were not as good as the Tao Enlightenment Palace, they were not far behind. What kind of scenery would the 4th region be like? It was no wonder that the Xing family had such resources. It was no wonder that they had dominated the Tianxian domain for so many years. Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment Ancient Tree to speed up his comprehension of the intent realm of heaven and earth. Now, he was mainly comprehending the fire intent realm. In the 4th area, in an elegant courtyard, more than a dozen young experts of the Xing family gathered. Among them were Xing Feng, Xing Kong, and Xing Jiang. At this moment, Xing Feng, Xing Kong, and another young man were standing there with flushed faces. You guys are really trash. How could you be beaten up by a country bumpkin from the eastern region? You guys are really a disgrace to our Xing family. If it wasn't for Xing Jiang, our Xing family would have been thoroughly humiliated. A young man in a purple robe with a purple jade ring on his finger said coldly. Among these young men, the purple-robed young man had a high status. Although Xing Feng and Xing Kong's faces were extremely ugly, they did not dare to refute. This time, if Mu Xiuyuan had not interfered, would have crippled that kid and taken him down. Xing Jiang said coldly. Humph, this time, it's not your fault. Mu Xiuyuan will be taught a lesson sooner or later. Now, the most important thing is to take down that kid called Lu Ming. This is not only related to the Xing family's reputation, but also the young master of the Star Palace. The purple-robed young man said. When the purple-robed young man mentioned the sacred star, the other young men's faces immediately changed and became unusually serious. It was as if they were in awe of the sacred star. But that kid must have entered Tianxian City to rent a house. Tianxian City is so big and there are so many houses. It will be difficult to find him. Another young man said. That's easy. That Lu Ming came from the east to provide support. He can rest for half a month at most. After half a month, he will definitely appear. At that time, he will either accept a mission or forcefully assign a mission to him. As long as we send people to keep an eye on the mission hall, we will know when he appears. The purple-robed young man said confidently. Brother Yu is so wise. The other young men flattered him. The purple-robed young man named Xingyu revealed a proud smile and said, some time ago, the young master of the Star Palace had a fortuitous encounter and is now cultivating in seclusion. When he comes out, he will definitely be stronger. What we need to do is to take down Lu Ming before he comes out. That way, the young master of the Star Palace will definitely value us more. Yes, that's for sure. Lu Ming is dead meat. The others agreed. Of course, Lu Ming was unaware of all this. He was wholeheartedly cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Chapter 5:14. He felt a force obstructing him from condensing the concept of fire rune. This force actually came from the concept of thunder and concept of wind runes. These two concept runes were resisting, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the concept of fire rune. In fact, Lu Ming had already noticed this when he was condensing the concept of wind rune. At that time, the concept of thunder rune had also created a hindrance, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the concept of wind rune. However, it was just a single concept of thunder rune, so the hindrance was not very strong. Lu Ming had broken through it in one go. But now, the hindrance from the two concept runes was too strong. Lu Ming could not break through it for the time being. No wonder others said that cultivating several concepts at the same time would get harder and harder, and there would be almost no achievements. Not only would this divert one's energy, but it would also be very difficult to break through. Lu Ming's 3 concepts, and the ones that he had successfully merged, could create such a strong hindrance. Then, the ones that he had not merged would create an even stronger hindrance. If I want to condense the concept of fire rune in one go, I'm afraid I will need a long time to polish it. Without 3 to 5 years, it will be impossible. Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head. 3 to 5 years? That was too long. How could he have so much time to waste? If this path did not work, then he could only go with the second path. Using external forces, he could forcefully break through. Among the external forces, profound crystals were undoubtedly the most effective. However, ordinary profound crystals would not be very effective. He would need a mid-grade profound crystal to succeed in one go. But a mid-grade profound crystal? Thinking of this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Profound crystals were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and peak-grade. In the past, Lu Ming came into contact with inferior-grade profound crystals. The lowest price on the market was 1 billion low-grade spirit crystals, which was 1,000 peak-grade spirit crystals. However, a mid-grade profound crystal was 1,000 times more expensive than a low-grade profound crystal. Yes, 1,000 times. A mid-grade profound crystal was at least 1 million peak-grade spirit crystals. It was extremely frightening. The main reason was that mid-grade profound crystals were too rare. They could only be found by chance. However, the effect of a mid-grade profound crystal was like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to a low-grade profound crystal. It was many times stronger. Therefore, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly. He only had 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals that he had obtained from Xinjiang. 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals might not even be enough for Lu Ming to reach the LV3 Martial King realm. Poor, Lu Ming felt that he was really too poor. His crystal stones were far from enough. Also, the demon banishing spear was no longer useful. Lu Ming still wanted to find a king-level inscription master to refine a new spear. The price of finding a king-level inscription master to refine a long spear was definitely not cheap. All of this required spiritual crystals. Let's train for a few more days and see if there are any missions. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. This time, he mainly focused on comprehending the concept of lightning. Very quickly, 10 days passed. The progress of the concept of lightning was amazing. It was already at the middle stage of lower tier 1. At this time, Lu Ming had been staying here for 15 days. It was time for the house to be opened. Lu Ming returned the jade token and walked out of the mansion. He then walked towards the mission hall. The mission hall was not in the 3rd district, but in the 2nd district. In Tianxian City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the mission hall was not big. There were many people coming and going in the mission hall. There were young people and old people. There were all kinds of people, but every one of them had an extremely strong aura. They were all experts of the Martial King realm. Every one of them was a 2nd-grade Empyrean Divine Guard. There were even 3rd-grade Empyrean Divine Guards. LV3 Imperial Sky Divine Guards were usually lower-tier kings. Lu Ming walked into the mission hall and looked around. Lu Ming suddenly realized that there were many people under a stone tablet that was covered with inscriptions. Most of them were young people. Lu Ming was curious and walked over. On the stone tablet, there were lines of words. These words were all introductions to a mission. Lu Ming also looked at it. This mission. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This mission was very suitable for Lu Ming. Not long ago, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace discovered a brand new plane. It had never been discovered before, and no one had ever mined it before. The experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace found the weakest point of this plane space and broke it, creating an entrance. However, they later discovered that the natural laws of this plane were actually time inscriptions. Cultivators above the age of 30 could not enter at all. Only cultivators above the age of 30 seemed to be compatible with the laws of that plane and could enter. Later on, cultivators below the age of 30 entered and discovered that this plane was very vast and boundless. Not only were there natives of this plane, but there were also a large number of precious materials. For example, profound crystals. That's right. The profound crystals contained in this plane were dozens or even hundreds of times more than those outside. It was normal for a plane that had never been mined before to contain a large number of profound crystals. The profound crystal contained innate profound. For a time, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace sent a large number of cultivators below the age of 30 into this plane to mine the profound crystals and other precious materials. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace took a portion of the profits. However, at this time, they discovered that the Heavenly Corpse sect had also discovered this plane. They also opened an entrance and sent a large number of zombie guards below the age of 30 into this plane. Naturally, when the two sects met, it was inevitable that a fierce battle would break out. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the next few months, the two sides carried out a cruel hunt in this plane. A few months later, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace issued a mission. Any Emperor Heaven Divine Guard below the age of 30 could accept the mission and enter this plane to hunt down the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would not take any of the materials they excavated. They would only buy them at a high price. Moreover, killing the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect would give them generous rewards. Killing a zombie guard of the first layer Martial King realm would give them 2,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the second layer Martial King realm would give them 5,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the third layer Martial King realm would give them 10,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the fourth layer Martial King realm would give them 20,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the 5th layer Martial King realm would give them 50,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. The rewards were very generous. Lu Ming was very tempted. Not only would this mission give rewards, but it would also give him profound crystals. However, this mission was also very dangerous. The Emperor Heaven Divine Guards would be rewarded for killing the zombie guards. The Heavenly Corpse sect would also issue missions to the zombie guards. Killing the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards would also give them generous rewards. In addition, they also had to guard against the aboriginals of this plane. The aboriginals of this plane were called the Scaled Demons and were also very dangerous. This is the mission. Lu Ming walked directly to the counter. I want to accept the mission of the Scaled Demon plane, Lu Ming said to an old man behind the counter. Chapter 5:15. Sure, I'll help you register. How many soul-sealing crystals do you want to buy? The old man asked. The soul-sealing crystal was able to seal souls. As long as one killed the martial artists of the Heavenly Corpse sect and sealed their souls in the soul-sealing crystal, bringing it back to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, they would naturally know how many corpse guards they had killed. Moreover, some inscription masters could also use the souls of martial artists to refine some strange things. Normally, they were not allowed to kill other martial artists, seal their souls, and use them for cultivation. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was an enemy of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, and they also cultivated evil martial arts. Naturally, there was no problem. I want to buy 100 soul-sealing crystals, Lu Ming said after pondering for a while. 100 pieces? Little guy, your appetite is not small. The old man was slightly shocked and looked at Lu Ming a few more times in surprise. I'm just buying a few more in case I need them. Lu Ming smiled. All right. Soul-sealing crystals, 10 supreme-grade spirit crystals each. 100 pieces, a total of 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. As the old man spoke, he took out a box. Inside the box were pieces of dark red crystals with distinct edges and corners. These were soul-sealing crystals. Lu Ming also took out 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the old man. Then, he kept the soul-sealing crystals and walked out. After a while, Lu Ming left Tianxian City and turned into a bolt of lightning, heading north. The entrance to the Scaled Demon Plain was 5 million miles north of Tianxian City. Even with Lu Ming's speed, it would take him a few days. In Tianxian City, in Xingyu's courtyard, someone was reporting to Xingyu. Lu Ming has already accepted the mission of the Scaled Demon Plain in the mission hall. A young man reported to Xingyu. Xingjiang and a few other experts were also at the side. As I expected, Lu Ming has indeed accepted the mission of the Scaled Demon Plain. Now, the news has spread. Also, it's time for us to set off, Xingyu said as killing intent flickered in his eyes. It's finally here. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you this time. Not only do I want you to die, but I also want your reputation to be ruined. Xing Kong gnashed his teeth. Within the Xing family, if one were to ask who hated Lu Ming the most, it would definitely be him. He had already been abused by Lu Ming twice. In addition, Xing Feng was in a similar situation. His entire fortune had been taken away by Lu Ming, so how could he not hate him? Lu Ming, how dare you steal my storage ring? I'll make you spit it out 10 times over. Xing Feng roared inwardly. 3 days later, Lu Ming crossed 5 million miles and appeared in a small city. The entrance to the Scaled Demon Plain was in this small city. It was obvious that this small city was newly built. It was built because of the Scaled Demon Plain's entrance. It had only been a few months. Lu Ming walked into the small city and headed towards a huge palace in the center of the city. The entrance of the palace was guarded by the experts of the Emperor Heavenly Deity Palace. It wasn't just the entrance. Some experts were stationed in the surrounding stone houses to prevent the Heavenly Corpse sect from launching a sneak attack. Halt. If you want to enter the Scaled Demon Plain, verify your identity first. At the entrance, a burly man blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming took out the Divine Guard token and handed it to the burly man. After the burly man checked it, he nodded and said, "You can go in now." Lu Ming put away the Divine Guard token and walked into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was very spacious. There was only a black vortex with inscriptions shining around it. This was the entrance to the Scaled Demon Plane. Lu Ming stepped in without hesitation. Heaven and earth spun. The next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a huge square. A burst of noise entered Lu Ming's ears. Only then did Lu Ming discover that there were many people in the square. All of them were young men and women below the age of 30. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Some were chatting with each other, some were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Lu Ming glanced around and discovered that there were no less than a few hundred people. In front of the square, there was a majestic high wall. It was 300 meters tall and surrounded the entire square. This high wall was built to defend against the attacks of the Scaled Demon race. This was because this was the place where the Tian Divine Guard set out. It was also the place where they rested and gathered. To the Scaled Demon race, they were outsiders and invaders. Naturally, the Scaled Demon race hated them and would attack them. Come, come, come. Our team is still short of one person. Who is willing to join our team? Once your cultivation has reached the second Martial King realm, we will set off immediately. Come, our team is short of a martial artist who has comprehended the concept of wood. As long as you know a few healing techniques, you can join us. Our team is short of a martial artist who has comprehended the concept of earth and is good at defense. Who wants to join us? At this moment, shouts entered Lu Ming's ears. This was the Tian Divine Guards forming a team to hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect and search for treasures. The concept of each element was good at different aspects. For example, the wind was good at speed. For example, the fire was good at explosive power. For example, the concept of wood was good at healing and healing. As for the concepts of earth and mountain, they were good at defense. Only when many people were in a team and their concepts complemented each other, could they unleash the strongest power. After all, it was too dangerous to go alone. Brother, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time entering the Scaled Demon race? At this moment, 4 young men and women walked towards Lu Ming. 3 men and 1 woman. Walking at the front was a burly young man. He looked simple and honest, and there was a sincere smile on his face as he looked at Lu Ming. The one who spoke just now was this young man. "Yes, it is my first time here," Lu Ming said. "Oh, I am Han Man. How should I address you?" Han Man cupped his fists and said with a smile. "I am Lu Ming." Lu Ming replied. "So it's Brother Lu. Brother Lu, our team just happens to be short of one person. I wonder if Brother Lu can join us to hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect?" Han Man said with a sincere look in his eyes. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and was a little hesitant. "Brother Lu, this is Yao Xian. She has just joined our team. Now, our team is short of one person. After all, the strength of 4 people is too weak. With Brother Lu, we can set off." Han Man pointed at the woman and said. The woman looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. She had a petite figure and an extremely delicate appearance. At this moment, she was looking at Lu Ming with a timid look. At this moment, Han Man continued, "Moreover, this is Brother Lu's first time in the Scaled Demon race. You might not be familiar with everything. If you join our team, we can discuss with each other." "Okay, I'll join." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, as Han Man said, this was his first time in the Scaled Demon race. There were many things that he didn't understand. He was even more clueless about the geography of the Scaled Demon race. It was necessary to first join a team and familiarize himself with it. Chapter 5:16. Moreover, Han Man and the others seemed to be sincere. They should be willing to cooperate with him, so Lu Ming agreed. Seeing Lu Ming agree, Han Man was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Brother Lu, let me introduce you. Han Man immediately introduced them. Han Man's cultivation was at the late third-layer Martial King realm. Yao Xian's cultivation was at the peak of the second-layer Martial King realm. The other two young men were a pair of brothers named Mu Lin and Mu Senator. One of them was at the early third-layer Martial King realm, while the other was at the peak of the second-layer Martial King realm. Each of them was good at different intents. Some were good at defense, while others were good at attacking. Alright, since everyone is here, let's go. Han Man said. Immediately, the five of them walked toward the giant wall. There was a giant stone door at the bottom of the wall. The five of them walked out of the stone door. Outside the wall was a boundless mountain range. The area around the rendezvous point has been explored. Treasures and power Upanishad crystals have been taken. We have to go to a wider area to find more opportunities and treasures. However, the wider the area, the more treasures there are, the more dangerous it is because there are many scaled demons there. What do you think? Han Man asked the others. We have no objections. Mu Lin and Mu Sen nodded. I have no objections either. Yao Xian said timidly. I have no objections either. Lu Ming said with a smile. Alright, let's go. It's best if we can find a small tribe of scaled demons. Then we'll be rich. Han Man's eyes glittered. According to their experience, there would be an ultimacy crystal pit in a tribe of scaled demons. They could dig out ultimacy crystals from there. Whoosh! Whoosh! The five of them flew into the sky and headed toward the depths of the scaled demon plain. The scaled demon plain was extremely huge. It was definitely one of the top small plains. It could even be considered a middle-sized plain. The area was so vast that it could be described as boundless. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had discovered the scaled demon plain for a few months, but they had yet to explore its borders. The five of them continued to fly. A day later, they had already flown nearly 1,000,000 miles. When they arrived at this place, their speed slowed down. This was because the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace did not send many people to scout this place. Hence, the danger level was correspondingly higher. Look, that's black forest grass. Suddenly, Mu Lin pointed at a mountain peak in front of them and shouted. Lu Ming looked over and sure enough, on the cliff of the mountain peak, he saw a patch of black spiritual grass. There were about a dozen of them, and they looked like black jade, flickering with a luster. That was the black forest grass, a level 5 middle-grade spirit grass. Its price was extremely high. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs as soon as we came in. Our luck is really good. Han Man smiled. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. As expected of a newly discovered plain, its resources were abundant. If it was outside, level 5 spiritual herbs would be extremely rare. It was basically very difficult to find level 5 spiritual herbs in the wild. They had long been plucked clean. Most of them were cultivated artificially, or they could only appear in some remote mountains, great swamps, or some dangerous places. There were also some mystic realms and plains. Let's pluck them and divide them equally. Han Man said. The five of them flew towards the cliff, and with a sweep of their inner yuan, they plucked the black forest grass from its roots. Our luck is really good. There are exactly 15 of them. We'll each take 5. Han Man grinned. Then, each of them received 5 stalks, and a smile appeared on their faces. Let's take a look around and see if there are any other spiritual herbs. Han Man suggested. Okay. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to search the nearby mountain peaks. Lu Ming also dashed into a mountain peak alone, scanning the area with his gaze. Could this be a 1,000-year-old purple mushroom? Lu Ming found a purple mushroom under an ancient tree. Rich spiritual essence emanated from this mushroom. The spiritual essence was even stronger than the black forest grass from before. This was an upper-level level 5 spiritual herb, 1 level higher than the black forest grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept it. Lu Ming's current physical body had reached complete level 6. If he wanted to break through, level 5 spiritual herbs would be useless. He needed level 6 spiritual herbs. Although level 5 spiritual herbs could not help Lu Ming break through, they could be sold for a high price. The more of such things, the better. Lu Ming was excited and was about to continue his search. Boom! On a mountain peak not far away, there was a sudden explosion. Scaled Demon Tribe. A loud roar was heard. It was Mu Lin's voice. Lu Ming's figure moved and he dashed in that direction. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from a mountain peak, looking very pathetic. Behind him, more than 10 burly figures of more than 2 meters tall chased after him. These figures looked very strange. Their facial features and body shapes were similar to humans, but their bodies were covered in pitch-black scales that covered their bodies like armor. This was the Scaled Demon Tribe. Wah! Wah! These scaled devils roared wildly, but no one could understand what they were saying. They brandished their battle axes and iron rods, attacking Mu Lin. One was equivalent to peak level 2 Martial King, 3 were equivalent to early level 2 Martial King, 2 were equivalent to level 1 Martial King, and the rest were half king. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Mu Lin had to run away. His cultivation was only at peak level 2 Martial King. Facing so many scaled demons, he was no match. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed forward. Wah wah! An early-stage second-level Martial King scaled demon roared and charged toward Lu Ming with a battle axe in his hand. The battle axe was swung with a terrifying force. This kind of scaled demon tribe had a terrifying physical strength and a strange power similar to True Yuan, but not the same. Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear shook and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Poochie! The scaled demon's forehead was penetrated. The scaled demon roared and fell to the ground. Such tough scales! Lu Ming mumbled. Even the scaled demon tribe's face was covered with tough scales. Lu Ming felt a great resistance when he thrust his spear downward. Meanwhile, Han Man, Mu Sen, and Yao Xian had arrived and attacked the scaled demons. Han Man's cultivation was at the peak level 3 Martial King realm, thus his strength was extremely powerful. The scaled demon tribe was completely suppressed by him and was slain in just a few moves. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, which turned into rays of spear light. Puff! Puff! 5 or 6 scaled demons were penetrated by the spear light and fell to the ground. Not long after, these scaled demons were all killed. Based on past experience, these scaled demons should be a hunting group from a scaled demon tribe. They were out hunting and happened to stumble into us. Chapter 5:17. A hunting squad from the scaled demon race? If that's the case, then there might be a scaled demon tribe nearby. Mu Sen's eyes lit up. If there was a scaled demon race tribe, it meant that there was a profound crystal pit nearby. The others' eyes lit up as well. The Ultimacy Crystal was an irresistible temptation for warriors above the Martial King realm, as it could greatly speed up their cultivation. I just don't know how big this tribe is, and how strong is it? Mu Lin said. They had to consider this point. If it was a small tribe, they could consider it. If it was a bigger tribe, they could only give up. Disregarding everything else, if there was an existence equivalent to a king in this tribe, they would be dead for sure. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. How about this? It's not easy to find a scaled demon race tribe in the vast mountains. Let's find this tribe first and check out its strength before making a decision. How about that? Han Man suggested. Okay, I have no objections. The others nodded. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't object. Lu Ming was also very eager for profound crystals. Immediately, the 5 of them split up and searched the nearby area. A few hours later, they found something. There was a scaled demon race tribe more than 30,000 li away. The scaled demons from before must have come from this tribe. The group carefully approached and observed from a mountain peak not far away. There was a simple stone house in front of them. The scaled demons lived in the stone house. Around this stone house, there were tall stone walls. There are about 100 stone houses. The number of scaled demons shouldn't exceed 500. This is a small tribe. Han Man said in a low voice. Generally speaking, a small scaled demon race tribe shouldn't have too many experts, and there shouldn't be an existence equivalent to a king. We should be able to deal with it. Mu Sun said. That's right. When the time comes, as long as we kill the strongest scaled demons in the tribe, the others won't be a threat. We can then start digging for the profound crystal pit. Han Man nodded. Lu Ming and Yao Xian didn't say anything. It was their first time coming to the scaled demon plane. They lacked experience and naturally wouldn't speak. Brother Lu, Miss Yao, what do you think? Han Man looked at Lu Ming and Yao Xian. I have no objections. I'll just follow your arrangements. Yao Xian whispered. I have no objections either. Lu Ming smiled. All right, then we'll wait until it's dark and rush in. Han Man said. Then, everyone waited quietly. Time flew by, and night soon arrived. The scaled demon tribe was plunged into darkness. Let's go. Han Man said. Wait. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke, and his voice was extremely low. What happened? Han Man and the others were puzzled, but in the next moment, their expressions changed slightly. Huff huff, suddenly, 5 pitch-black coffins broke through the dark night sky and flew towards the tribe. People from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Yao Xian let out a low cry. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had met someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect since entering the scaled demon plane. It seems that the Heavenly Corpse sect has also set their sights on this tribe. What should we do? Mu Lin asked. Let's wait and see. This is a good opportunity for the Heavenly Corpse sect to test the strength of this tribe. Han Man said. Han Man looked simple and honest, but in fact, he was very smart and had a strong cultivation. Mu Lin and Mu Sun both followed his lead. In the blink of an eye, the 5 coffins flew into the tribe. Wah wah wah. At this moment, the scaled demons in the tribe had also noticed the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and they roared loudly. Then, tall figures rushed out from the stone houses. Each of them was covered in black scales, and they held battle axes and iron rods in their hands. They rushed towards the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Crack crack, the 5 coffins opened, and 2 refined corpses flew out from each coffin. Swoosh swoosh. The iron chains flew across the sky and stabbed towards the scaled demons. In an instant, some of the weaker scaled demons were stabbed to death. Wah wah wah. The scaled demon who flew in the front was the tallest, almost 3 meters tall. His aura was also the strongest, peak LV3 Martial King realm. Obviously, this scaled demon was the leader of this tribe. He shouted a few times, and some of the scaled demons below the Martial King realm retreated. Only the scaled demons above the Martial King realm continued to attack the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. 2 peak LV3 Martial King realm refined corpses, and 5 middle and early LV3 Martial King realm refined corpses. Han Man whispered. His voice was full of fear. The strength of the Heavenly Corpse sect surpassed them and the scaled demon tribe in all aspects. Although the scaled demon tribe had the advantage in numbers, it was still one-sided after the battle broke out. The scaled demons were killed one by one. Other than the tallest scaled demon, there were 2 other scaled demons who had reached LV3 Martial King realm. The gap between them and the Heavenly Corpse sect was too big. The gap between their high-level combat strength was too big. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously. The scaled demons below the Martial King realm also let out miserable shrieks. In the end, regardless of the difference in strength, they rushed towards the refined corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A bunch of uncivilized animals. How dare you resist? You're courting death. A cold voice came from one of the coffins. Then, a young man with a pale face walked out of the coffin. Hee, but these animals have good bodies. It's not bad to refine them into refined corpses. Another young man with a pale face walked out of another coffin. They were the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. 5 young zombie guards walked out of the 5 coffins one after another. Hee, die, animals. The 5 corpse guards sneered. Then, they moved and pounced on the scaled demons below the Martial King realm. Corpse chi surged. Claw radiance slashed out, killing the scaled demons one by one. Wah wah. The leader of the scaled demons roared loudly, as if he was incomparably angry. The scaled demons below the Martial King realm also roared when they heard the leader's roar. Then, they turned around and fled from the tribe. Trying to escape. Die. The 5 corpse guards waved their claws and killed the scaled demons one by one. At the same time, they controlled the refined corpses to kill the scaled demons. Under the siege of 2 refined corpses of the same level, the leader of the scaled demons was finally defeated. His scales were pierced and torn, and he was killed in the end. After a while, the higher-ups of the scaled demons were all killed. Other than a few who escaped, the rest of the scaled demons were all dead, leaving a ground full of corpses. Hee, this trip was worth it. Not only did I get some good corpses, but I also got profound crystals. A corpse guard sneered and walked towards the depths of the tribe. What should we do? Chapter 5:18. Seeing that the fat meat in their mouths was about to fly away, they were unwilling to give up. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was too strong, far above them. If they rushed forward, they would only end up like the scaled demon tribe. Forget it, let's retreat. The Heavenly Corpse sect is too strong. Han Man said with a frown. The Heavenly Corpse sect had 2 corpses at the peak of the LV3 Martial King realm, and 5 more corpses at the same level. They were too strong, and they were no match for them, not including the 5 corpse guards. The 5 zombie guards were also a strong force. It's not easy to find such a place, how can we miss it so easily? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Han Man, Mu Lin, and the others were stunned. Then, they looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? You can't be thinking of killing them, right? That's a dead end. Mu Sen said. How do you know it's a dead end if we haven't fought? Lu Ming smiled and rose to his feet. He stepped into the air and headed toward the scaled demon clan's tribe. Lu Ming. Yao Xian cried out. She wanted to follow Lu Ming, but she didn't dare to. She was hesitating. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin looked at each other and didn't follow. Instead, a sinister look flashed in their eyes. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. In a few steps, he appeared in the sky above the scaled demon tribe. Who is it? A zombie guard yelled and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. The other 4 zombie guards also looked at Lu Ming. The person who will kill you. Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was calm, but there was a cold killing intent in his calm voice. Kill us? Huh, with just you? What a joke. A zombie guard laughed, full of disdain. Kid, you're a DT on Divine Guard, right? Hee, a DT on Divine Guard dares to appear after seeing us. You're courting death. Kill. One of the zombie guards yelled. Whoosh. A refined corpse with a cultivation of the middle stage 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm waved its arms, causing chains to wrap around Lu Ming like poisonous snakes. Boom. Lu Ming burst out with his aura and brandished his spear. Several iron chains were sent flying by Lu Ming. A mere cultivation of the peak 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm dares to resist, you're courting death. The zombie guard yelled as he controlled the corpse with the cultivation of the peak 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm to lunge at Lu Ming. As for the other 4 zombie guards, they stood to the side and didn't make a move. It was as if they were watching a good show. I can't be bothered to play with you. Die. Lu Ming coldly shouted. The concept of thunder soared into the sky, combining with Lu Ming's spear style. Whoosh! The spear pierced out, turning into a lightning spear light that pierced through everything. Refined corpses were naturally afraid of lightning. Moreover, Lu Ming's thunder concept had already reached the middle stage of level 1 lesser completion. With a bang, the refined corpse was struck by the lightning spear and turned into charcoal. Lesser completion of thunder concept, the zombie guard yelled in shock. Die! A cold voice was heard from Lu Ming's mouth. Another lightning spear light was thrust out. The zombie guard was terrified and wanted to retreat, but how could it? The lightning spear light struck him directly, leaving a huge hole in his chest. Corpse chi was emitted from his body, and he was no longer breathing. Damn it, let's attack together and kill him. The other 4 zombie guards were furious. They yelled and controlled the refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. There were 9 refined corpses in total. 6 of them were above the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm, while the remaining 3 were at the 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm. A bunch of trash that likes to play with other people's corpses, die. Boom! Lu Ming held the spear in his hand. The spear light extended to 1,000 meters long and lashed out in all directions with a destructive force. Bang! 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 The 9 refined corpses were like 9 broken gunny sacks. They were sent flying by Lu Ming one by one, unable to resist at all. How is this possible? The 4 zombie guards were tongue-tied. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming, a mere 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm cultivator, how terrifying is his strength? Shit, fall back. One of the zombie guards yelled in shock. Without the protection of the zombie guards, their strength would be greatly reduced. It's too late to back off now. Extreme Dao Strike. Shush. Lu Ming merged with his spear and transformed into a beam of light piercing through the air. Puff. A zombie guard with a cultivation of the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm was pierced through his forehead, dying a horrible death on the spot. The other 3 zombie guards screamed in terror and fled in all directions. Not far away on the mountain peak, Han Man and the others were also dumbfounded. Attack, help Lu Ming. Han Man's eyes flickered with a hint of darkness as he uttered a groan and dashed forward. Following this, Mu Lin, Mu Sun, and Yao Xian also dashed toward one of the zombie guards. Shush! Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he appeared behind one of the zombie guards and killed it with a thrust of his spear. Following this, his figure dashed toward the next zombie guard. When Lu Ming killed the 4th zombie guard, Han Man and the others had also killed the 5th zombie guard. After the zombie guard died, the refined corpses remained motionless in the air. Brother Lu, you're really good at hiding your true strength. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I'm impressed. Han Man and the others flew toward Lu Ming with astonishment. Han Man was the first to bring his fists together. Since when did a genius like Brother Lu appear in the Emperor God Palace? We didn't even know about it beforehand. It seems like our information is too outdated. Mu Sun also brought his fists together and said with a smile. As for Yao Xian, her gaze toward Lu Ming was filled with curiosity and admiration. Lu Ming had killed the 5 powerful zombie guards with just a few moves. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have been unbelievable. You're welcome. Now, seal your souls. Lu Ming said. After speaking, Lu Ming took out a soul-sealing crystal and started to seal the souls of the zombie guards. Normally, a cultivator's soul wouldn't dissipate for 10 minutes after their death. However, after 10 minutes, the soul would dissipate and be difficult to seal. Lu Ming took out a soul-sealing crystal and placed it on top of a zombie guard's corpse. Then, he injected his quintessential essence into it. Complex inscriptions appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal. Then, it produced a suction force and pulled out a black mist from the zombie guard's corpse. This mist kept twisting and turning, and its shape was very similar to that zombie guard. This was the zombie guard's soul. The zombie guard's soul flew into the soul-sealing crystal. A layer of black mist appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal. The seal was successful. Lu Ming put it away. On the other side, Han Man and the others only sealed the soul of the zombie guard they had killed. They didn't touch the other zombie guards that Lu Ming had killed. The soul belonged to whoever killed the zombie guard. This was the rule. Lu Ming didn't stand on ceremony and sealed the souls of the remaining 3 zombie guards. All right. Now, let's go and take a look at the profound crystal pit. A look of anticipation flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The power Upanishad crystals were what he wanted. Chapter 5:19. In the depths of the scaled demon tribe, there were 7 stone altars. The 7 altars formed a circle, surrounding a large pit in the middle. When Lu Ming and the others approached, they discovered that a mysterious aura was constantly emitting from the pit. This was the aura of the concept of heaven and earth. This big pit was the so-called profound meaning crystal pit. Concept of earth. Lu Ming's heart shook, and he was somewhat disappointed. The profound crystal pit emitting the aura of the concept of earth meant that this pit contained profound crystals of the earth attribute. He couldn't directly use the profound crystals of the earth attribute, so he could only exchange them. Let's start digging, Lu Ming said. He directly walked into the pit, took out a large knife, and started digging. Clang! The large knife chopped down, producing a clanging sound. The stones in the pit were actually incomparably hard. However, under Lu Ming's powerful True Yuan, they were still shaved off piece by piece. Let's work together, Han Man called out. Mu Sen and the others walked into the pit together, took out various weapons, and started digging. The 5 of them worked together, and their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they had dug out a 3-meter wide and 10-meter deep pit. At this time, the concept of earth beneath their feet became even denser. The 5 of them were shaken, and they dug even harder. Soon, the pit was 20 meters deep. There's a profound crystal here. A crisp voice sounding somewhat excited. It was Yao Xian. Unexpectedly, Yao Xian was the first to dig out a profound crystal. Everyone looked over and saw an earthy yellow profound crystal embedded in the stone wall in front of Yao Xian. It emitted a strong concept of earth aura. Miss Yao, put it away first, Han Man said. Yao Xian nodded and carefully dug out the profound crystal. She put it in a jade box and put it away. Then, everyone started digging even harder. Following Yao Xian's good start, everyone's harvest came. More and more profound crystals were dug out. These profound crystals were buried deep in the earth, and they were condensed after countless years. The 5 of them kept digging, and they found more and more profound crystals. 2 hours later, the pit was 10 meters wide and 50 meters deep, and they found a total of 26 profound crystals of the earth attribute. I didn't expect there to be more than 20 profound crystals in this profound crystal pit. It's already not bad. Han Man grinned. Until now, there was no longer any trace of the concept of earth in the deep pit. This meant that they had already dug out all the profound crystals in this pit. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt that there was a stone under his feet. It was extremely special. This rock was the size of a human head. Lu Ming had dug it out earlier and placed it aside casually. But now that he looked at it, he realized that the color of this rock was somewhat different from the surrounding rocks. This piece of rock had a crystalline feel to it. On its surface, it emitted a faint fluorescent light. Lu Ming casually slashed the stone with his saber. When the saber slashed down, sparks flew in all directions. Lu Ming's saber bounced back. Lu Ming was shocked. The saber in his hand was a high-grade LV-4 spirit weapon. It was incomparably sharp. With a casual chop, even a mountain would be chopped in half. Yet, this rock was not chopped in half. Only a mark was left on it. Han Man and the others looked over curiously. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the True Yuan in his body surged toward the saber. At the same time, the 3 intents were integrated into the saber. Then, he slashed at the stone. A loud sound of friction rang out and sparks flew everywhere. That piece of rock still wasn't cut open, but it cracked open. At the same time, an unbelievably strong earth intent spread out from the stone. This intent, how can it be so strong? Lu Ming was shocked. Han Man and the others also opened their eyes wide in shock. This earth intent was too strong. The other profound crystals of the earth attribute were like trash in front of this earth intent. Lu Ming felt his heart beat faster. Lu Ming moved his hand, and the saber in his hand disappeared, and a sledgehammer appeared. Whang! The sledgehammer smashed down on the stone. Bang! Gravel flew. The stone finally cracked, and the thing inside was revealed. A piece of crystal, a piece of glistening yellow crystal. This crystal emitted a fierce intent domain of heaven and earth. Everybody could see wisps of power Upanishad drifting in the air. Is this a mid-grade earth attribute profound crystal? Han Man roared, his voice trembling. His eyes burned with passion. A mid-grade profound crystal? The others were also very surprised. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the crystal. A mid-grade profound crystal? Lu Ming was also shocked. Then, his true yuan burst out, and he grabbed the profound crystal in his hand. The rest of the people focused their gazes on Lu Ming's palm. Okay, now, let's divide the profound crystals. Lu Ming said indifferently. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin looked at each other. Then, their eyes flashed. How about this time, we were able to enter this place because of Brother Lu. If Brother Lu didn't kill the Heavenly Corpse Sect's corpse guard, we would have to retreat. We wouldn't have the chance to dig out the profound crystals. So, I suggest that the mid-grade profound crystal belongs to Brother Lu, and the other low-grade profound crystals will be divided equally. What do you think? Han Man suggested. Okay, I have no objection. I have no objection either. Mu Sen and Mu Lin spoke one after the other. They were very straightforward. Only Yao Xian looked at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze. She was reluctant to part with the crystal. After all, a mid-grade profound crystal was too precious. In the end, Yao Xian gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, I have no objection either. Then, many thanks to everyone. Lu Ming cupped his fists and took the middle-grade profound crystal for himself without hesitation. Then, the low-grade profound crystals were divided. There were a total of 26 high-grade profound crystals, 5 for each person. Han Man took out 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals to buy the extra high-grade profound crystal and then divided it equally. Lu Ming didn't care, and casually put away the profound crystals and high-grade spirit crystals. Let's destroy those refined corpses. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Corpse Sect's people find them and take them back, they will be a disaster. Han Man suggested. Everyone nodded. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the lightning intent turned into spear lights that flew out, turning the refined corpses into charcoal. After dealing with the corpses, the 5 of them soared into the sky and left. In the next 2 days, the 5 of them searched for the scaled devil tribe within 100,000 li radius. They came across another scaled devil tribe, but this tribe was too big. There were more than 10,000 of them. Chapter 520. They took a detour and searched in other places. This plain was indeed a newly discovered plain. It was rich in resources. In the past few days, they had found about 50 level 5 spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and some level 5 refining materials. All of them added up to a high value. However, they did not encounter anyone from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Hey, what's that? Mu Sen suddenly pointed to a valley in front of them. The valley was not big, and there were red lights shining in the valley. Let's go take a look. The 5 of them flew towards the valley. When they got closer to take a look, they were immediately shocked. There was a large field of red spiritual flowers. Every spiritual flower was fiery red, like a burning flame, and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. This is a level 4 spiritual flower, fire cage flower. Han Man exclaimed. Level 4 spiritual flowers were not enough to surprise them, but there were too many of them. They were densely packed, covering more than half of the valley. There should be more than 1,000 of them. It was unbelievable that a small valley could produce so many fire cage flowers. It was not normal. Fire concept. There is a faint fire concept here that is covered by the fire cage flowers. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Among the 5 of them, he was the only one who cultivated the fire concept. Although the fire concept was faint, Lu Ming could still feel it. Fire concept? Han Man and the others frowned, and then their eyes lit up. It's very likely that there is a profound crystal pit below, which contains fire attribute profound crystals. That's why there are so many fire cage flowers. Han Man said in surprise. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same guess. Immediately, the 5 of them plucked all the fire cage flowers. There were about 1,200 flowers in total. The 5 of them divided it equally, and each of them had more than 200 flowers. After the fire cage flowers were plucked, the scarlet ground was revealed. An intense fire concept filled the air, and it was incomparably dense. It's really a profound crystal pit. Ha ha ha, we're so lucky. Mu Lin laughed. Let's start digging. Lu Ming also smiled. Then, the 5 of them started digging. Indeed, not long after that, Han Man was the first one to find a fire Upanishad crystal. Of course, it was a low-grade one. The 5 of them dug even harder. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the sky. 3 figures were flying in their direction. The next moment, they appeared in the sky. The faces of the 3 young men were filled with arrogance. The 3 of them swept their gazes downwards and revealed excited smiles. Huh, we're so lucky. There's a power Upanishad crystal pit here. We can make a fortune again. One of the young men laughed. Then, he looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others and berated, "Get out of here. This place belongs to us now." Ha ha ha, what a joke. The 3 of you, we were the ones who discovered this place first. Han Man laughed. So what if you found out? If I say it's ours now, it's ours. A purple-robed youth sneered. On what basis? Mu Sen was furious. Why? Because we're the lineal disciples of the Xing family. Kid, look carefully. The purple-robed youth waved his hand and a shiny token appeared. There were 2 big words on the token, Xing Tian. Xing Tian token. Mu Sen, Mu Lin, and the others exclaimed. They were indeed the lineal disciples of the Xing family. Now, you can get out of here. The purple-robed youth sneered. Damn it. Mu Sen growled. So what if you're the lineal disciples of the Xing family? We found this place first. According to the rules, it belongs to us. The 3 of you, please leave. Han Man took a step forward and said in a sonorous voice. Kid, how dare you defy the Xing family? You're courting death. The purple-robed youth shouted. Boom! 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 3 powerful auras burst out from the 3 Xing family youths. The purple-robed youth was at the peak of LV3 Martial King Realm. The other 2 youths were at the early stage of LV3 Martial King Realm. The 3 of them released powerful auras toward Han Man. You've gone too far. Han Man shouted and a powerful aura burst out from his body. At the same time, Mu Sen and Mu Lin also released powerful auras and joined Han Man to resist the Xing family youths. This, Yao Xian hesitated. She glanced at Lu Ming and bit her lips. She also released her aura. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, a powerful aura burst out from his body. The 5 of them joined forces and their auras were no weaker than the Xing family youths. How dare you? You still dare to resist? How dare you? The purple-robed youth shouted and a cold killing intent appeared on his face. Let's fight. I'm not afraid. Even if the palace master finds out, we're in the right. Han Man shouted and did not back down. Good, good, very good. The purple-robed youth was so angry that he laughed and said a few words. However, there was hesitation in his eyes. After a while, the purple-robed youth said coldly, I'll remember you. Today, I'll let you go. Let's go. Then, he waved his hand and flew away with the other two youths. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Let's continue to dig. We have to be quick. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if the Xing family comes again. Han Man said. Okay. Mu Sun and the others responded and dug harder. No one noticed that the inexplicable smile on Lu Ming's face became wider. Half an hour later, half of the valley was dug out by them. This time, they dug out a total of 30 fire attribute profound crystals. Unfortunately, the 5 of them didn't find any mid-grade profound crystals even after searching everywhere. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If he had a middle-grade fire attribute profound meaning crystal, he would be able to condense the fire concept rune with the help of the fire attribute middle-grade fire attribute profound meaning crystal. It seemed like he could only go to the mystical treasure house in Tianxian City and see if he could exchange a mid-grade earth attribute profound crystal for a mid-grade fire attribute profound crystal. Moreover, even if he could exchange it, the handling fee would definitely be high. Let's leave this place quickly. Han Man said. Then, they divided the 30 fire attribute profound crystals equally and soared into the sky, leaving this place. A few hours later, the 5 of them were already 100,000 miles away. At this time, night had fallen. The 5 of them lit a bonfire and hunted several demonic beasts in the nearby forest and began to roast them. This plain also had demonic beasts, but their levels were not very high. Soon, the demonic beast meat was roasted golden and a fragrant smell assailed their nostrils. Come, I brought some fruit wine from my hometown. This fruit wine is a specialty of my hometown and is extremely famous. It's brewed with 108 kinds of spiritual fruits. Try it. Chapter 521. Lu Ming received the jug and opened it. In an instant, a rich fragrance assailed his nostrils. Good wine indeed. Lu Ming laughed. Of course it's good wine. Come, drink. Han Man laughed heartily. He lifted the jug and gulped down several mouthfuls. Come. Mu Sun and Mu Lin also lifted the jug and drank several mouthfuls. Lu Ming smiled and also lifted the jug, taking several mouthfuls. Feeling the rich wine fragrance, he couldn't help but exclaim, good wine indeed. On the side, Yao Xian also drank several mouthfuls. Her cheeks were flushed red. Then, everyone tore off the roasted beast meat and mixed it with the fruit wine, eating and drinking in big mouthfuls. Not long after, the jug of wine was emptied. Even Yao Xian drank half a jug of wine. Her face was bright red, looking extremely cute. Han Man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A fiery light flickered in his eyes and he quickly turned his head away. You guys, when do you plan to make your move? At this time, Lu Ming put down the jug and suddenly asked. The people he asked were Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin. Several people were taken aback, revealing a doubtful expression. What move? What does Brother Lu mean? Of course it's to make a move on me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Han Man and the others' faces changed drastically, a trace of panic flashed across their eyes. Brother Lu, you're really good at joking. Why would we make a move on you? Han Man revealed a simple and honest smile. On the side, Yao Xian also revealed a doubtful expression, blinking her big eyes as she looked at Lu Ming. Until now, you still want to pretend? You think it's flawless, but you don't know there are flaws everywhere. Lu Ming's voice slowly turned cold. Brother Lu, did you misunderstand? Han Man's face turned ugly. Misunderstood? From the moment I entered the scaled demon world, you guys came looking for me and invited me to join your team. This is really a coincidence, Lu Ming said nonchalantly. Brother Lu, this is really a coincidence. At that time, we had just invited Miss Yao Xian to join our team and we were missing one person. Coincidentally, we saw Brother Lu coming in and invited Brother Lu. Han Man explained. Alright, that's reasonable. However, you guys were too generous when we found the mid-rank profound crystal. How precious is a mid-rank profound crystal? One of them is equal to 1,000 low-rank profound crystals. However, you guys are so generous, giving it to me without even thinking. Ordinary people would be reluctant to give it to me, but you guys don't. This is abnormal. It's simple, you just want to gain my trust. Also, you guys were only putting on a show with the help of the Xing clan previously. Those from the Xing clan have always been lofty and arrogant. How could they possibly back off just because of a few words from you guys? Ordinary people wouldn't dare to go against the Xing family. Yet, you guys did it, displaying a fearless appearance. Yet, the people of the Xing family retreated. Hee, you guys are just trying to lower my guard and gain my trust. Unfortunately, you guys are too good at acting. Lu Ming explained calmly. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin's faces turned ugly. Suddenly, Yao Xian's body trembled and her face turned pale. She seemed to have lost all her strength and fell to the ground. What's going on? Why do I feel so weak all of a sudden? I can't even circulate my Jinyuan. Yao Xian cried out in a panic. At this time, Lu Ming's face also changed and turned pale. His body leaned back slightly and he roared, "You guys, you poisoned the wine." Poisoned? No, Brother Lu, don't talk nonsense. Han Man denied. You're still denying it? My body is weak now and I can't circulate my Jinyuan. This is clearly poison. Lu Ming roared. I'm poisoned too. Why are you guys fine? Yao Xian looked at the three of them in a panic. Han Man and the other two were indeed completely fine. Han Man looked at Lu Ming carefully and the light in his eyes became brighter. Then, he laughed complacently, "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're really poisoned. You've been poisoned by the 10 fragrance tendon weakening powder. Your body is weak and you can't circulate your Jinyuan. Now, you're a fish on the chopping block. You guys really poisoned me? Why?" Yao Xian cried out in disbelief. Why? Isn't it because this kid overestimated himself and even dared to offend the Saint clan? Isn't he courting death? You're just a tool for us to use. Han Man glanced at Yao Xian and his face was gloomy. The honest look from before was nowhere to be seen. Mu Sen and Mu Lin's expressions were similar. You guys dragged Yao Xian in to lower my guard. However, there's one thing that I can't figure out. Lu Ming said. Oh, what is it? I don't mind explaining it to you. Han Man smiled complacently. He wasn't afraid of Lu Ming stalling for time because the longer the effect of the 10 fragrance tendon weakening powder was, the stronger it would be. If the Saint clan wants to deal with me, they can just send experts to kill me. Why would they send you guys to approach me and poison me secretly? My cultivation isn't strong enough for the Saint clan to send people to assassinate me. Lu Ming said. Hee, Lu Ming, it's easy for the Saint clan to kill you. However, wouldn't it be letting you off too easily if they just killed you like that? What the Saint clan wants is for you to lose your reputation and go down in history in infamy. Let's say you did something inappropriate to Yao Xian and killed her after that. At that time, we just happened to arrive and take you down. In that case, how do you think the upper echelons of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and Miss Mulan's would look at you? Han Man sneered. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It turned out that this was the motive of the Xing family. They wanted to ruin his reputation. They were really vicious. Yao Xian's face was incomparably pale. Fear flashed in her eyes as her body trembled non-stop. She cried out, I don't know anything. I beg you, let me go. Let you go? How is that possible? If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Han Man sneered. His gaze swept over Yao Xian's body, revealing a blazing light. He said, "Lu Ming, I'll help you with the matter of helping this chick." Haha. Han Man smiled lecherously and walked towards Yao Xian. "No, don't come over, you beast." Yao Xian's body trembled even more violently as tears streamed down her face. She had never thought that Han Man, who looked so honest and kind, would be such a beast in human face. "Yao Xian, it's a pity for a beauty like you to die. Before you die, let me give you a good time." Han Man smiled lecherously. At the side, Mu Sen and Mu Lin revealed an envious expression. "Scum like you, who knows how many people have been deceived by you? Living in this world is simply a waste of air." At this time, Lu Ming sighed. "Lu Ming, you're about to die, yet you're still talking nonsense. You're asking for a beating." Chapter 522. Pa. In the next moment, a crisp slap was heard. With a blood-curdling scream, Mu Lin's body was sent flying far away. He crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Han Man's foot stopped in midair. His face was filled with shock, and his entire body stiffened. Mu Sen's face was also filled with shock. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up slowly. His originally pale face had turned rosy. His body was filled with vital essence and a powerful aura was exuded from him. Han Man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "How is this possible? You drank a jar of wine and were poisoned by the 10 fragrant tendon-weakening powder. Even a greater mastery king would feel weak after eating it. How are you fine?" Han Man screamed in disbelief. "I forgot to tell you that poison doesn't work on me," Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was cold. He had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Any poison that entered his body would be devoured. The 10 fragrant tendon-weakening powder was colorless and odorless. However, when Lu Ming drank the first mouthful of wine, the 9 dragons' bloodline detected it and devoured it. Lu Ming pretended not to know and drank the entire jar of wine on purpose. He wanted to see what Han Man and the others were up to. Han Man and Mu Sen's bodies trembled slightly. They had seen Lu Ming's battle prowess against the Heavenly Corpse sect. It wasn't something they could resist. Go inform the Xing family." Han Man roared, and at the same time, he quickly retreated. On the other side, Mu Sen also retreated quickly. As for Mu Lin, they couldn't care less. "You want to leave? It's not that easy. Die." Whoosh! A thunder spear radiance instantly traversed a distance of 10 miles and pierced through Mu Sen's chest. He was killed in one move. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and chased after Han Man. No. Han Man's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand, and a beam of light shot into the sky. It was a signal. "Help! Help!" Han Man screamed as he ran. At this time, he was almost scared out of his wits. Usually, he relied on his simple and honest appearance to gain the trust of many people and secretly harm many people. Seeing those who had begun to trust him die in front of him, he felt incomparably refreshed. Now, when he saw that Mu Sen had been killed, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was terrified beyond compare. Die. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was extremely fast. In an instant, he caught up with Han Man. "No, don't kill me, help." Han Man roared hysterically as he ran for his life. But, it was all in vain. The terrifying lightning spear projection pierced through the void and blasted a large hole in Han Man's chest. No, I don't want to die. Save me. Looking at the big hole in his chest, Han Man didn't die yet. He screamed in terror. His eyes were filled with incomparable regret. If he had known earlier, he would never have agreed to the Xing clan's request to deal with Lu Ming. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lu Ming looked at him indifferently. Lu Ming, since you've offended the Xing clan, you won't be able to live either. You'll have to accompany me sooner or later. I'll wait for you below. Seeing that he couldn't live, Han Man cursed crazily. Then, his vitality dissipated, and his corpse fell down without a trace. Lu Ming's Jin Yuan swept up Han Man's storage ring. Then, his devouring power erupted and devoured Han Man's blood essence. His figure flashed and appeared beside Mu Lin. As Mu Lin screamed in terror, he stabbed him to death with a single spear. Rumble. At this moment, a violent rumbling sound came from afar. It was the sound of a martial artist flying too fast. Someone had arrived, and there were quite a few of them. There were dozens of them. All of them were experts. There were 5 or 6 auras that were unfathomable and incomparably dense. The Xing clan's people are quite fast. Moreover, there are 5 kings in the initial stage. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His figure flashed as he took Mu Sen's blood essence and storage ring. Save me, save me. Yao Xian called out. Lu Min's expression changed. He appeared beside Yao Xian and hugged her waist. Then, his figure soared into the sky and flew away at extreme speed. Yao Xian was involved because of him. If he left her alone, it wouldn't be Lu Ming's style. Damn it, it's Lu Ming and Han Man. Those trash can't even do such a thing. Chase after him and kill him. A furious roar rang out. Chase. Swish. Swish. The sound of air being torn rang out continuously. At least 20 people chased after Lu Ming at extreme speed. Xing Kong, Xing Wei, Xing Feng, and Xing Jiang. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. I won't play with you guys now. When my cultivation increases, I won't let any of you off. Lu Ming snorted coldly and used the 9 Dragons' Heaven-Stomping Steps. The 9 Dragons' Heaven-Stomping Steps was unbelievably fast. He could fly 100 miles in an instant. After a while, the people of the Xing family had been left behind by Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to fly 100,000 miles before he found an extremely hidden underground cave and went in. 100,000 miles away from Lu Ming, the people of the Xing family stopped. The leader was Xing Yu. At this moment, Xing Yu's face was extremely ugly as he roared, "Search! We must find that bastard Lu Ming." Yes. Immediately, the 20 or so Xing family geniuses were divided into 5 teams. Each team was led by an early-stage king. They spread out and continued to pursue. Lu Ming carried Yao Xian into an underground cave. "Put me down." Yao Xian called softly. At this moment, her little face was so red that it was about to bleed. She was very cute. Just now, she had been in Lu Ming's arms. Feeling the masculine aura of Lu Ming, her heart raced and her body heated up. Oh. Lu Ming nodded and gently put Yao Xian down. There was a look of reluctance on his face. Yao Xian's face became even redder. Ahem, Miss Yao Xian, the 10 fragrant tendon weakening powder will wear off in 3 days. You can stay here for a while and leave after 3 days. Lu Ming said. You. Where are you going? Yao Xian asked. Me? Of course I'm going to find the bastard of the Xing family. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Find the Xing family? Yao Xian exclaimed. Lu Ming still dared to find the Xing family? Shouldn't he be avoiding the Xing family now? She couldn't figure it out. Miss Yao, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then left the underground cave. He appeared on an ancient tree. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon with a thought. I wonder how many supreme-grade spiritual crystals there are. It should be enough for me to break through to the 3rd-level Martial King realm. Chapter 524. Following this, Lu Ming immersed his mind into the storage rings. Lu Ming did not pay attention to the other things. He first took out all the supreme spiritual crystals. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin had around 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals in total. In addition to the 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals that Lu Ming had, Lu Ming now had a total of 160,000 supreme spiritual crystals. 160,000 supreme spiritual crystals is enough for me to break through to the third layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then waved his hand and 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals floated in the air. Bang! 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 The 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals all exploded. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the spiritual qi in the crystals and began to break through to the third layer Martial King realm. Soon, the 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals were all refined. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Another 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Very soon, Lu Ming had refined a total of 120,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Break! The 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals had turned into true force, which was extremely powerful. The ferocious true qi continued to surge toward the third layer Martial Emperor Realm Cultivator. Boom! After a short while, Lu Ming's aura rose rapidly with a loud explosion. He had broken through to the third layer Martial King Realm. After consuming 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had finally broken through to the third layer Martial King realm, greatly increasing his strength. Continue. Lu Ming took out the last 40,000 supreme spiritual crystals and devoured them all to increase his cultivation. Soon, the last 40,000 supreme spiritual crystals had all been converted into Lu Ming's true force. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of the third layer Martial King realm. He had not broken through to the mid-stage of the third layer Martial King realm. After reaching the third layer Martial King realm, the amount of supreme spiritual crystals needed to break through had increased again. I wonder how the early stage of the third layer Martial King realm will fare against a Martial King realm minor success. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The next moment, he left the Temple of Paragon and flew up into the sky. Soon, he had traveled tens of thousands of miles. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks. Up ahead, there were 6 figures flying at high speed. Suddenly, Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is in front. Speed up, don't let him escape. Several loud roars rang out as 6 figures charged towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. These 6 people were none other than the 6 youths from the Xing family. Lu Ming stood motionless in the void. The space trembled as 6 sacred family youths flew over and surrounded Lu Ming. A surging aura gushed out from the young man from the Xing family without any concealment. 1 mid-4th level Martial King, 3 3rd-level Martial Kings, and 2 2nd-level Martial Kings. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the 6 youths of the Xing family and was well aware of their cultivation level. This fellow actually isn't running. Could it be that he's scared silly? No matter what. This credit belongs to us. The youths from the Xing family laughed and looked at Lu Ming mockingly as if Lu Ming could be easily manipulated by them. Be careful later. This fellow is not simple. The lower-level Martial King frowned. With Brother Chang here, this fellow won't be able to do anything. Another young man laughed. Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, but there was still a gap between him and a lower-level Martial King. Thus, they were not worried. Are you done talking nonsense? If you're done, you can die now. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth. What? The 6 youths from the Xing family were slightly stunned. Boom! Lu Ming's cultivation erupted as a huge spear light swept out. The spear light swept out in all directions. Not good. The 6 youths' faces changed drastically. The lower-level Martial King in the lead unleashed a terrifying aura as he slashed out with his lower-level 1 Earth concept. The other 5 youths also unleashed their full strength. This was because they felt danger from Lu Ming's spear. Boom! 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 After 6 consecutive booms, the 5 youths from the Xing family were pushed back like cannonballs. Even Xing Chang's body trembled as he took 9 steps back in the air before he could stop. How is this possible with your battle strength? Xingqiang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming could push him back with one spear strike. How was this possible? He was a lower-level martial king. Lower-level martial king is just a so-so. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly as he took a step forward. With this step, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. He did not attack Xingqiang but the other 5 youths. Not good. Retreat, you guys retreat. Xingqiang's face changed drastically as he roared and chased after Lu Ming at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of 2 third-level martial king youths. 2 extremely sharp spear lights pierced towards the 2 youths. Ah! Ah! The 2 youths screamed in horror as they tried to use all their strength to block the attack. However, now that Lu Ming had reached the 3rd-level martial king realm, how could they block him? The gap was too big. Puff! Puff! 2 spear lights pierced through the 2 youths' throats. Blood gushed out of the 2 youths and they died immediately. Devouring power burst out and devoured the blood essence of the 2 youths. At the same time, Lu Ming's true ether swept their storage rings into the Temple of Paragon. Then, his body flashed as he charged towards the remaining 3 youths. The 3 youths were terrified and ran for their lives. However, Lu Ming's 9-dragon sky-stomping steps was too fast for them to escape. After 3 consecutive screams, the remaining 3 youths from the Xing family were all killed by Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming would not let go of the storage rings and blood essence. Damn it, damn it. You actually dared to kill the hero of the Xing family. Lu Ming, no one can save you from heaven or earth. Xingqiang watched helplessly as the 5 Xing family youths were killed. He screamed hysterically. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at Xingqiang. Huh, you still want to kill me? I admit that your combat strength is indeed powerful and has surpassed mine, but only by a little. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Lu Ming, wait for the revenge of the Xing family. Xingqiang let out a sinister laugh. His body then flashed, intending to retreat. Die. Extreme Dao blow. Lu Ming's body swayed like a dragon. He and the spear became one and turned into a shocking blow. This blow pierced through the void and appeared in front of Xingqiang in an instant. Xingqiang's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a fatal threat from Lu Ming's blow. Block it, block it. Xingqiang roared in his heart. His 1st-level initial earth essence was activated to the extreme. The earth's spiritual power between heaven and earth gathered madly, forming stone tablets in front of him. In an instant, Xingqiang set up 99 stone tablets. The concept of earth was most adept at defense. But, bang! 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 These stone tablets, under Lu Ming's spear radiance, were like paper. In an instant, 99 explosions sounded and 99 stone tablets were pierced through, leaving a hole in the front and back. Puff! Chapter 525. Xingqiang's eyes widened like a dead fish, filled with disbelief. He had never expected that the defense that he was most proud of would be so weak and vulnerable in the face of Lu Ming's attack. Whoosh! Su Mo withdrew his spear and Xingqiang died. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming murmured. After devouring Xingqiang's essence blood and taking the storage ring, Lu Ming left the place. After a while, Lu Ming appeared tens of thousands of miles away and entered the Temple of Paragon. He sat down cross-legged and started to refine the essence blood. During this period, Lu Ming had used all the essence blood he had devoured to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. This was because given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, the blood essence of martial artists whose cultivation level was lower or similar to his would not be of much help to him in increasing his cultivation level. He might as well try his best to increase his bloodline level. The essence blood he had refined was also used to improve his bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline was suspended above Lu Ming's head. There was a sanguine glow on its meandering body. The 6 silver chakras were shining brightly. Half an hour later, the power of the blood essence had been completely refined. Unfortunately, the 9 dragons bloodline was still at LV6 King Realm. Almost there. I feel like I'm almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt that the 9 dragons bloodline was so close to being upgraded. Let's see how many spiritual crystals I have. Then, Lu Ming took out the storage rings of Xing Chang and the other young men from the Xing family and put all the supreme spiritual crystals together. 180,000 spiritual crystals. There were 180,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the storage rings of the 6 young men from the Xing family. Great, continue to improve my cultivation. Then, Lu Ming started to refine the supreme spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. After reaching LV3 Martial King Realm, he needed more energy to improve his cultivation. Lu Ming refined 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation from early LV3 Martial King Realm to middle LV3 Martial King Realm. He refined another 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals to late LV3 Martial King Realm. He only had 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals left. Sacred Clan, continue. After that, Lu Ming left the Supreme Divine Palace and flew in the sky, planning to continue hunting the people of the Xing family. Since the Xing family was hunting him, he would hunt them back. 2 hours later, in a mountain forest, 5 Sacred Clan youths were killed by Lu Ming. One of them was a late-stage Martial King LV4 Martial King Realm Warrior. This time, Lu Ming got 150,000 pieces of top-grade equipment. After finding a place, Lu Ming continued to refine the top-grade spirit crystals. Not long after Lu Ming left, a dozen figures appeared in the air above the forest. It was Sheng Yu and the others. At this moment, Sheng Yu's eyes were incomparably cold. The dense murderous intent had almost materialized. Damn it, could it be that Lu Ming, that little bastard, did it? Damn it. A cold voice came from Sheng Yu's mouth. No matter who did it, they must die. Now, call a group of people to act as bait and lure them out. You guys follow me and lie in ambush. Sheng Yu immediately gave the order. Then, the group of people scattered and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to refine the top-grade spirit crystals. Not long after, another 80,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the peak of LV3 Martial King Realm. Then, Lu Ming refined the remaining 70,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and raised his cultivation to the peak of LV3 Martial King Realm. Next, he would be able to break through to LV4 Martial King Realm. Once he reached LV4 Martial King Realm, he would be a Lower King Realm warrior. However, if he wanted to break through to Lower King Realm, he had no idea how many top-grade spirit crystals he would need. Sacred Clan, you will be responsible for all the top-grade spirit crystals I need. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he left the Supreme Divine Palace and flew in the sky to look for the Sacred Clan. Half an hour later. The Sacred Clan. Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, 5 youths of the Sacred Clan were flying in the sky. Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming. Surround him, don't let him escape. The 5 youths of the Sacred Clan surrounded Lu Ming. The leader of the group was Xingjiang, Lu Ming's acquaintance. Lu Ming, let's see where you can run to now. Xingjiang's face darkened. Run? Why should I run? Why should I run when you're giving me spiritual crystals? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. What do you mean? Xingjiang's eyes turned cold and murderous. He shouted, were you the one who killed those 2 groups of people? Lu Ming smiled but did not say a word. It was a silent admission. Damn it, Lu Ming, you must have eaten a dragon's gallbladder to kill so many of the Sacred Clan's elites. Let me tell you, no one can save you. Even the palace master will kill you. Xingjiang roared in shock and anger. Humph, the Sacred Clan wants to kill me. Can't I fight back and wait for you to kill me? What a joke. If I kill all of you, who will know it's me? Lu Ming harumphed as his eyes flickered with murderous intent. Lu Ming, who can you kill? At that moment, a furious roar could be heard in the sky. In the clouds high up in the sky, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and 12 figures appeared. The one leading them was Xing Yu. Beside him was a lesser king, a peak 4th layer martial emperor. Behind them were Xing Kong, Xing Wei, and Xing Feng. They were scattered in all directions, blocking Lu Ming's escape routes. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he said, "So you're trying to lure me out? It's too late now. I won't let you escape this time." Xing Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as a terrifying aura spread out from his body. 5th layer martial emperor realm. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. There was a small gap between the 3rd layer martial emperor realm and the 4th layer martial emperor realm. Although there was only a 1-layer difference in cultivation, there was at least a 2-layer difference in battle strength. The peak of the 5th layer martial emperor realm was undoubtedly more powerful. Lu Ming was definitely no match for him. "You guys set up a formation to prevent him from escaping. I'll kill him. You're courting death." Xing Yu had just given the order, but before he could finish, he roared. This was because Lu Ming had suddenly attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! A dozen spear lights pierced through the air and pierced toward the sacred clan's young men. With Lu Ming's cultivation at the peak of the 3rd layer martial emperor realm, his attacks were fierce. Those below the lesser martial emperor realm had no way to block them. Even if the sacred clan's young men were prepared to defend themselves, it was still not enough. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as screams rang out. In an instant, 10 sacred clan's young men were pierced through by the spear lights and fell to the ground. Xing Feng and Xing Wei were among them. On the other hand, Xing Kong, who had been standing at the back due to his weak cultivation, had managed to escape. But now, his face was pale and his body was trembling non-stop. Seeing 10 sacred clan's young men who were stronger than him being killed, Xing Kong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He frantically retreated. "Ah, damn it, die, die." Xing Yu let out a hysterical roar as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. A crystal-clear saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming blocked with his long spear, but his body was shaken by the saber light. Kill, kill! Xing Yu's saber light gained the upper hand. The saber light behind him swept toward Lu Ming like a storm, completely drowning Lu Ming. Chapter 526. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming lashed out with his spear, summoning a 3-color dragon, but it was instantly shattered by Xing Yu's saber glow. Xing Yu was a genius to begin with, and his strength of the 5th layer martial emperor realm was 3 layers higher than the 3rd layer martial emperor realm. Lu Ming had no chance of winning against him. Kill! Kill! Xing Jiang and another expert at the peak of the 4th level of the martial king realm surrounded Lu Ming. Both of them were peak 4th layer martial emperor realm geniuses. Their strength was extremely terrifying when they unleashed their full strength, posing a deadly threat to Lu Ming. With the 3 teaming up, Lu Ming was completely overwhelmed by the storm-like attacks. 9 Dragons Bloodline, Devour. 2nd Bloodline, Erupt. Lu Ming went all out, executing all his moves. Roar! The 9 Dragons Bloodline uttered a roar as its devouring force exploded, causing Xing Yu and the others to be startled, as they could feel the force of their blood becoming unstable. As a result, their strength was slightly weakened. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not be able to resist their attacks. What should I do? I can't let this go on. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At that moment, if Lu Ming were to execute his extreme attack, he would have the confidence to kill one of the 2 4th-layer martial emperor realm experts. However, the extreme attack would require him to unleash most of his strength, resulting in a brief moment of weakness. It might only last for a few breaths' time, but it would still be fatal. A person like Xing Yu would not let go of any chance to kill him. On the other hand, if Lu Ming were to execute his extreme attack, he would not have the confidence to kill Xing Yu. After all, the difference between their strength was too great. Die, Lu Ming, die. Xing Kong let out a roar with a satisfied expression. Even if he was a genius, he would still die after offending the sacred clan. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming tried his best to resist the attacks. His body shuddered violently as his qi and blood became restless. In a moment of carelessness, he was slashed on his back, causing blood to flow out. Dandan, smash! Lu Ming suddenly slapped Dandan. Whoosh! The Dandan shone brightly and rapidly grew in size. It flew towards the sacred jade and smashed head-on. Xing Yu's complexion changed drastically. He waved his hand, and a big net appeared out of thin air. It shone brightly, and covered the sky as it moved towards Dandan. Obviously, Dandan didn't expect the other party to suddenly throw out such a large net. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He was directly caught in the net. Dandan rushed here and there, but for a moment, he couldn't get out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to take out such a large net, and Dandan happened to be restrained by this kind of net. Dandan wasn't afraid of anything that was energy, but if it was something substantial, Dandan wouldn't be able to rush through it. Let's see what other tricks you have. Die. Xing Yu laughed wildly. In fact, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Lu Ming was actually able to withstand so many moves under the siege of the three of them. It was simply inconceivable. The one who was most shocked was Xingjiang. Previously, when Lu Ming had just arrived in Tianxian City, he had attacked Lu Ming. At that time, although Lu Ming wasn't weak, compared to him, there was still a big gap. But now, Lu Ming's combat strength had already surpassed him. How was this possible? How long had it been? This was too terrifying. Kill, I must kill this little bastard, this monster. Xingjiang roared in his heart, and his attacks became more violent. Puff! Lu Ming's chest was hit by a palm, and blood spurted out. Want to kill me? Dream on. Lu Ming roared, and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook, and all of his strength rushed towards the long spear. His body twisted, and his spine was like a dragon driving the long spear, turning into a spear light that pierced towards Xingjiang. Extreme Dao Strike. Now, he could only go all out. Whoosh! Extreme Dao Strike pierced through everything. Xingjiang instantly felt cold all over, and his hair stood on end, as if the god of death was approaching him. Retreat, retreat, retreat! Xingjiang roared, and retreated desperately. He knew that if he didn't retreat, he would die. But in the next moment, he found that retreating was useless because Lu Ming's spear light was too fast, and it caught up with him in an instant. No! Xingjiang roared crazily, and his eyes were about to bleed. But in the next moment, Puchi! The peerlessly sharp spear light pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Xingjiang was dead. But at this moment, Lu Ming, because of using the extreme Dao strike, had extracted a large amount of true yuan, and his body felt weak. Although Lu Ming could quickly recover a part of his true yuan, it was too late. Die, die, die! Xing Yu attacked Lu Ming as if she had gone mad. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split everything. Block it! Lu Ming's eyes widened. He gathered his remaining true yuan and combined it with the will of the heavens and earth to form layers of defense in front of him. At the same time, the devouring force of the 9 dragons' bloodline spread out in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Ming was still sent flying, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. A deep wound appeared on his chest, so deep that his bones were visible. Lu Ming's heart had almost been split open. The terrifying blade light madly penetrated Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming frantically executed the true skill of the battle dragon to resist it with his true yuan. But in the end, Lu Ming spat out mouthfuls of blood continuously, and his face turned pale. He had suffered a serious injury from the previous attack. Lu Ming, I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Xing Yu roared. The other young man with a cultivation of the peak 4th layer martial emperor realm turned pale, and fear flashed across his face. If the spear had been aimed at him, he would have been the one to die. At the thought of this, he felt a lingering fear. Bastards of the Xing family, it's not that easy to kill me. Come on, I'll kill you next. Lu Ming laughed and pointed his long spear at the other young man with a cultivation of the peak fourth-layer martial emperor realm. This made his face turn even paler, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. Not far away, there were 4 other young men of the Xing family. At this time, their faces were also pale, and they looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. This time, the Xing family was in a miserable state. When they entered the scaled demon plane, there were a total of 28 people, all of whom were geniuses and elites of the Xing family. They had spent countless resources to cultivate them, but now, only 6 of them were left. It was too miserable. Even if they could kill Lu Ming, they would suffer a great loss. If the higher-ups of the Xing family knew about this, they would all be punished. No wonder Xing Yu was furious. Little bastard, you can't kill any of us. Sky-breaking saber art. Xing Yu roared, and his body emitted a terrifying saber light. At the same time, his body shriveled, as if all his essence, blood, and qi had been sucked away. As his body shriveled, the saber light on his body became even more terrifying, as if it could break the sky. His aura was twice as strong as before. Secret skill, what a powerful secret skill. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Xing Yu was using a secret skill. Chapter 527. Retreat, retreat. Lu Ming frantically retreated. He felt a fatal crisis. At this moment, with his injured body, even if he used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps, it would be impossible. He was afraid that if Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps, the terrifying pressure between heaven and earth would crush his heart. That was because the wound was so deep that his heart was almost exposed. He could only retreat. Kill! Xing Yu roared. He and his saber seemed to have become one, turning into a terrifying saber light that pierced through the layers of the void, appearing in front of Lu Ming and chopping down on Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming blocked with his spear. Clang! The demon-suppressing spear started to vibrate rapidly. Lu Ming could feel a terrifying force hitting the demon-suppressing spear, causing it to vibrate rapidly. The terrifying force caused Lu Ming's arms to go numb. He actually couldn't hold on to the demon-suppressing spear. Whoosh! The demon-banishing spear was sent flying. Xing Yu's saber light continued to chop down on Lu Ming's head. Block! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he erupted his strength to the extreme. His left hand contained the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline, and his right hand contained the power of the second bloodline. At the same time, the 3 intents merged into his hands. Bang! Lu Ming clasped his hands together and clamped Xing Yu's saber. Boom! The terrifying force made Lu Ming fall directly to the ground. Boom! Lu Ming stepped on the ground, and the earth let out a violent roar. The ground was like a ripple, violently shaking. Within a radius of 5 miles, it was swept away by a storm of energy and flattened. Lu Ming's hand was still clamping down on Xing Yu's saber. Die! Xing Yu roared. The saber light surged, and the saber carried a terrifying force as it chopped down on Lu Ming. Sizzle! Lu Ming's hands clamped down on the saber, and there were sizzling sounds and sparks. Unfortunately, he couldn't clamp down on it, and the saber was still chopping down on Lu Ming's head. Am I going to die here? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. No, I cannot die. Lu Ming roared in his heart. At this moment, rays of light suddenly shone from between Lu Ming's eyebrows, and there were also traces of lightning swimming around. This is the lightning cauldron. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Ever since Lu Ming obtained the lightning cauldron, it had been lying dormant in his sea of consciousness without any movement. Now, as Lu Ming faced a life or death situation, the thunder cauldron finally moved. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be able to communicate with the thunder furnace. A wisp of his mind seemed to be connected with the thunder furnace. He could control the thunder furnace at any time to launch a fatal strike. Kill. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron and blasted it out. Wang. In his sea of consciousness, the thunder cauldron let out a sound as if it was the beginning of the world. Then, it flew out. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from the thunder cauldron. At this moment, Lu Ming's true yuan and essence qi were all absorbed by the thunder cauldron. In addition to true yuan and essence qi, Lu Ming even felt that a part of his life essence qi had been absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Life essence qi represented lifespan. In other words, Lu Ming's lifespan had been absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Boom! After absorbing Lu Ming's true yuan, essence qi, and life essence qi, the thunder cauldron flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Clang! Xing Yu's battle saber was directly turned into ashes by the thunder cauldron. Xing Yu's body shook violently, and blood spurted out of his mouth as he was sent flying thousands of meters away. Wang! The thunder cauldron flew into the sky and became as big as a mountain. Thunder rumbled like the might of the heavens. Then, the thunder cauldron pressed down, and endless lightning enveloped all the sacred family disciples present. Run, run, run! Xing Yu roared as he desperately tried to escape. Run, run! Shen Kong and the others did the same as they desperately tried to escape. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. They never dreamed that such a terrifying thunder cauldron would suddenly appear in Lu Ming's body. They felt that they were ants in front of this thunder cauldron. No, they weren't even ants. They were dust. They were incomparably tiny. At this moment, they were extremely frightened. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to escape. In the next moment, the thunder cauldron pressed down, and thick lightning bolts swam freely. Whoosh! After a breath, the thunder cauldron shrank rapidly and flew back to between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. At this moment, Lu Ming felt extremely weak. His body was empty, and there wasn't even a trace of true yuan. He had lost a lot of his essence qi, and his body was extremely weak. He couldn't even fly, and he collapsed to the ground. This thunder cauldron is too terrifying. Not only does it absorb true yuan and ordinary essence qi, but it also absorbs life essence qi. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. King Realm cultivators had a lifespan of 1,000 years, but Lu Ming felt that he had lost 50 years of his lifespan. 50 years of his lifespan was too great a loss. A strand of my consciousness seems to be able to connect with the thunder cauldron. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that a strand of his consciousness could connect with the thunder cauldron. In other words, as long as Lu Ming wanted to, he could control the thunder cauldron and launch an attack. But in the next moment, Lu Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Controlling the thunder cauldron to attack? What a joke! Not to mention that one attack from the thunder cauldron could suck out all of his true yuan and essence qi. He would be completely weak, and he would be at the mercy of others. Also, losing 50 years of his lifespan at once, even if Lu Ming was a King Realm cultivator, he wouldn't be able to use it many times before his lifespan ran out and he died. This thunder cauldron can't be used unless it's absolutely necessary. However, it can be considered as one more life-saving method. Lu Ming thought to himself. Shwa! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and Dandan flew back. Dandan was indeed magical. Just now, he was also covered by the thunder cauldron, but he was completely fine. Dandan, bring me to see if the people of the Xing clan are dead. Lu Ming said. At this moment, he was so weak that he couldn't even walk. Dandan's body emitted a faint light, and it trembled slightly. Then, it rapidly grew to the size of a water tank. Lu Ming lay on top of Dandan, and Dandan flew around with Lu Ming. Within a 10-mile radius, it was a mess. There were traces of being struck by lightning everywhere. On the messy ground, there were corpses lying on the ground. It seemed that the remaining youths of the Xing clan were all killed by the thunder cauldron. In one place, Lu Ming saw Xing Kong's corpse. Lu Ming suddenly saw a figure crawling forward at the edge of the area covered by the lightning. This figure was in tatters, and his hair was all cut off by the lightning. However, Lu Ming could still tell at a glance that it was Xingyu. When the thunder cauldron flew out from Lu Ming's forehead, Xingyu was sent flying a few thousand meters away. Then, he fled frantically and almost escaped the area covered by the thunder cauldron. Chapter 528. Let's go. Lu Ming patted Dandan, and Dandan flew towards Xingyu. Seeing Lu Ming flying towards him, Xingyu was terrified. He kept screaming and crawling forward. Xingyu, who's the dead one now? Lu Ming laid on Dandan's body and flew above Xingyu, looking down at him coldly. Lu Ming, you've killed so many of my Xing family's people. You have to die too. Xingyu roared. Hee, I don't know how many times your Xing family's people have said this. I'm tired of hearing it. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Wait a minute, Lu Ming, I beg you, don't kill me. I can swear a blood oath, that I won't say a word about today's matter. I beg you, spare me this time. Seeing Lu Ming's killing intent, Xingyu was scared and began to beg for mercy. I still trust the dead more. Lu Ming was unmoved. No, don't, Lu Ming, I know there's a profound crystal mine in the scaled demon plane. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the mine. Xingyu shouted. Power Upanishad crystal lode? Lu Ming's heart shook, and his eyes lit up. A profound crystal mine was different from a profound crystal pit. A profound crystal pit could only produce a few pieces, and at most, dozens of profound crystals. However, the veins of the Power Upanishad crystal were different. Even the smallest one could produce more than 100 Power Upanishad crystal. And this was the smallest. If there were more, there would be nothing left. This was a huge temptation for anyone. Tell me, where is the profound crystal lode? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. As long as you promise me not to kill me, I'll tell you. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't tell you. Xingyu shouted. You, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as if he was hesitating. Xingyu was on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. Hesitating for a while, Lu Ming said, All right, I agree. I won't kill you. Tell me, where is the lode of the Power Upanishad crystal? Swear. I'll only believe you if you swear a blood oath. Xingyu called out. You talk too much. Since you don't believe me, then die. Lu Ming's killing intent exploded. Wait a minute, I'll talk. There's a blue jade medallion in my ring of holding that records the exact location of that crystal vein. Xingyu shouted loudly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming expectantly and said, I've already said it. You only need to take out the jade tablet and you'll know. Oh. Lu Ming nodded, then patted Dandan and said, Go ahead. Wang. Dandan shook and smashed towards Xingyu's head. Lu Ming, you said you wouldn't kill me, Xingyu shouted, but before he could finish, Dandan smashed his head. His head exploded like a watermelon. I said I wouldn't kill you, but it doesn't mean that other things can't kill you. Lu Ming whispered. Dandan, can you take off those storage rings? Lu Ming patted Dandan again. Dandan's body shook, and a ray of light spread out. It rolled up Xingyu's storage ring, and Xingyu's storage ring flew into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, he did the same thing and took the storage rings of the other young men of the Xing family. Unfortunately, their blood essence was all gone because of the thunder cauldron, so he couldn't devour it. Then, Lu Ming found the demon-suppressing spear in a pile of stones. Dandan, let's get out of here. Lu Ming said. Just now, the commotion here was too great. It might have attracted other creatures over. Right now, Lu Ming was in such a weak state. Any scaled demon, Tion Divine Guard, or zombie guard would definitely kill him. Dandan immediately carried Lu Ming and flew away. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming found a remote place and entered the Temple of Paragon. In the Supreme Divine Palace, there were many bottles and jars filled with higher-grade pills, all of which were obtained from other warriors. Lu Ming picked up the first-grade healing elixir and swallowed the entire bottle of elixir in one gulp. There was a total of 9 elixirs. He began to heal himself. Lu Ming's body was at the peak of the 6th grade, and he was slowly recovering. The medicinal power spread throughout his body, greatly increasing his recovery speed. Lu Ming's muscles squirmed slowly. The muscles on the wound on his chest squirmed and new muscles slowly grew, covering the wound and finally covering his heart. Otherwise, one would be able to see his beating heart from the outside. It was terrifying. After the medicinal power of the healing pills was used up, Lu Ming took out another bottle and swallowed it. An hour later, Lu Ming let out a long breath. His injuries were finally stabilized. This time, it was really dangerous. Lu Ming sighed. To be honest, this time, it was out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to wait until he had obtained more top-grade spiritual crystals and reached the 4th level of the Martial King realm before killing Xingyu. He didn't expect to be ambushed by Xingyu. Most importantly, Xingyu happened to be carrying a net-like mystical weapon, which perfectly countered the dandan, causing the dandan to lose its effect. Otherwise, with the dandan around, Lu Ming would be able to break through the encirclement. Therefore, Lu Ming was placed in a dangerous situation like never before, and was almost slashed in half by Xingyu's saber. If it weren't for the lightning cauldron, he would have died. Lu Ming guessed that the lightning cauldron was treating him as a temporary shelter. It didn't want him to die, which was why it gave Lu Ming a hand at the crucial moment. I should be more careful in the future. I shouldn't be careless, and shouldn't underestimate others. Lu Ming thought to himself. Following this, he began to circulate the true skill of the battle dragon to recover. Currently, Lu Ming's body was completely empty, without a single trace of true qi. The vortex in his dantian had completely stopped spinning. Lu Ming continued to execute the true skill of the battle dragon, but the vortex still remained motionless. However, Lu Ming did not stop, and continued to execute the true skill of the battle dragon. An hour later, under Lu Ming's persistent efforts, the vortex finally moved, and began to spin slowly. Slowly, a trace of true qi was born from the vortex, flowing through Lu Ming's body along his meridians. Nice! With a trace of true qi, things would be easier. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a pile of supreme spiritual crystals and began to absorb their qi to speed up his recovery. In this way, Lu Ming recovered his true qi while healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak condition. The injuries on his body had also fully recovered. Of course, the 50 years of life that he had lost could not be recovered. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, playing with a blue jade token in his hand, deep in thought. This jade token was the one that Xingyu had mentioned, the one that recorded the location of the profound crystal vein. Lu Ming had already taken a look at it earlier. There was indeed a map inside, and the location of the profound crystal vein was marked. However, Lu Ming did not rush over immediately. Is Xingyu really so kind as to tell me the location of the profound crystal vein? Even if it's for the sake of my life, I have to be careful of any traps. Chapter 529. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Could it be a trap? However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. It was a load of Power Upanishad crystal, which contained at least 100 pieces of Power Upanishad crystals. 100 Ultimacy crystals were only worth a little more than 100,000 Supreme Spiritual crystals. Although it was not very valuable, the value of Ultimacy crystals could not be measured by price. In the market, even if you had 100,000 Supreme Spiritual crystals, you might not be able to buy 100 Ultimacy crystals. There was a price but no market. Moreover, there was a great possibility that there would be middle-grade Ultimacy crystals in the Ultimacy crystal load. Lu Ming did not want to miss this opportunity. Forget it. I should improve my cultivation first. When I reach the 4th level of the Martial King realm and enter the Lesser King realm, there won't be many people in the Lesser King realm who can kill me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he took out the storage rings of the 17 young men of the sacred family, arranged the supreme spiritual crystals in them, and counted them. 820,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. In total, there were 820,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the storage rings of the 17 young men of the sacred family. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was the first time that he had so many supreme spiritual crystals. Saint Jades alone had contributed 210,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming put away the supreme spiritual crystals happily. Lu Ming did not count the other things for the time being. Good. Now, let's break through to the 4th level of the Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals appeared. Bang! 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 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals all exploded. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth was all devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. The endless spiritual chi turned into genuine essence. Lu Ming began to break through to the 4th level of the Martial King realm. There was a watershed between the 3rd level of the Martial King realm and the 4th level of the Martial King realm. Breaking through would greatly improve one's strength, but it was also very difficult. 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals were not enough, so Lu Ming took out another 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In this way, 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals followed by 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming had devoured 250,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Boom! Boom! At this time, Lu Ming's body constantly emitted rumbling sounds. The cyclone in his dantian crazily spun. His rich and condensed true essence was like a great river, roiling and rumbling. 2 hours later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. 2 spear lights shot out from his eyes. 4th layer Martial King realm, I've finally broken through. Lu Ming came out. With a thought, he left the Temple of Paragon and appeared on a mountain peak. Boom! Lu Ming revolved his true essence and suddenly stamped his foot. His feet, which were covered with Zhen Yuan, stepped on the mountain peak. The mountain peak seemed to have been struck by millions of pounds of heavy objects. It emitted a violent rumbling sound and then suddenly exploded. Gravel flew everywhere and dust filled the air. It was as if doomsday had arrived. With a single step, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain shattered. It was a horrifying sight. Lu Ming floated in the air, carefully feeling the true essence in his body. 4th layer Martial King realm is indeed powerful. The strength of my true Yuan is 7 times stronger than that of the 3rd layer Martial King realm. However, my battle strength did not increase that much. Lu Ming muttered. Normally, a 4th layer Martial King realm Lesser Success King realm cultivator's battle strength was 2 levels stronger than a 3rd layer Martial King realm cultivator. For example, Xingjiang, who was at the peak of the 4th layer Martial King realm, was 2 levels stronger than a 3rd layer Martial King realm cultivator. However, Lu Ming's battle strength did not increase by 2 levels after breaking through to the 4th layer Martial King realm. 4th layer Martial King realm cultivators were so strong because their true essence was much more condensed and abundant, and also because of their intent realm. A Lesser Success King realm cultivator's intent realm of the heavens and earth had entered the 1st layer Lesser Success King realm, which greatly increased their battle strength. However, Lu Ming's intent realm had already entered the 1st layer Lesser Success King realm. Now that he had reached the 4th layer Martial King realm, his intent realm did not increase. Therefore, Lu Ming's battle strength did not increase by 2 levels, but more than 1. Lu Ming estimated that if he fought with his full strength, he would not be weaker than an early-stage 6th layer Martial King realm cultivator. Facing a peak 6th layer Martial King realm cultivator, it should not be a problem for him to escape. When my fire intent is condensed into the intent rune, my battle strength will increase significantly. Lu Ming pondered. There are still 570,000 spiritual crystals left. I'll keep them for now. I'll need them for a lot of things after I get out of here. Now, let's go check out the Ultimacy Crystal Vein. With a flicker, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and flew toward the location marked on the jade badge at an extremely fast speed. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, he was surrounded by boundless mountains, where many tribes of scaled demons resided. However, the tribes of scaled demons here were all large tribes with more than 10,000 people. There were many powerful cultivators among them. Lu Ming did not dare to target such a large tribe of scaled demons by himself. If a scaled demon of the Greater Success King realm appeared, he would be dead for sure. It's around here. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. According to the mark on the map, it should be around here. Lu Ming flew into the sky and hid in a cloud. He restrained his aura and merged with the cloud. Then, his true yuan gushed out and the cloud slowly flew forward. Lu Ming scanned the area below. After a while, there it is. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Among the mountains below, there was a small mountain peak that was very strange. The other mountain peaks were covered in lush green grass and trees. However, all the plants on this small mountain peak were fiery red, as if the entire mountain was wrapped in flames. This small mountain peak was the ultimacy crystal vein that Xingyu had mentioned. Lu Ming did not rush out immediately. Instead, he continued to hide in the cloud and float while observing the surroundings. After a while, he found something. On a nearby mountain peak, Lu Ming saw a figure flash by. Then, Lu Ming carefully sensed the aura of a large number of martial artists on the surrounding mountains. There were at least 100 of them. These people had restrained their aura. If not for Lu Ming carefully sensing, he would not have been able to sense them. There is indeed a trap. These people are most likely from the Xing family. That Xingyu did not have good intentions. He tricked me into coming here. If I rush out like this, I will definitely be blasted to pieces. However, these people from the Xing family are lying in ambush on the surrounding mountains. What are they trying to do? Who are they waiting for? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as various thoughts flashed through his mind. Immediately, he restrained his aura and tried his best not to let out a trace of it to avoid being discovered by the people from the Xing family. Lu Ming controlled the cloud and circled it in the sky of this area, waiting for it to arrive. On one of the mountain peaks, under an ancient tree, there were several young figures sitting cross-legged. What the hell? Why is that guy Xingyu not here yet? It's already past the appointed time. One of the tall young men said in a bad mood. I have received news that that guy is chasing after a guy called Lu Ming. He is trying to make a contribution in front of the young master of Star Palace. Another young man with a pale face sneered. That guy Xingyu only thinks about flattering the young master of Star Palace every day. Forget it, it doesn't matter if he comes or not. The tall young man snorted. Chapter 530. Time flew by quickly, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. There was no movement at all. When night fell on the second day, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. That's the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There were at least 50 coffins flying over from afar. It seems like the Xing family is here to ambush the Heavenly Corpse sect. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Swoosh. Swoosh. More than 50 coffins flew towards the vein of profound sense crystals. In the next moment, they were all suspended above the profound crystal vein. Ka, a bush opened, and several zombie guards in black robes walked out. Hee, it seems like the news is correct. There is indeed a profound crystal vein here. A zombie guard let out a cold laugh. Let's start digging. Another zombie guard said. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Inscriptions emerged around the lode of Power Upanishad crystal, sparkling with dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, a huge light shield was formed, enveloping the Heavenly Corpse sect. Not good, it's an inscription array. Retreat. A zombie guard shouted, controlling the refined corpse to rush out. Swoosh. Swoosh. Light swords suddenly appeared on the light shield, stabbing toward the zombie guards and refined corpses. Boom. Boom. With a loud explosion, the zombie guards and refined corpses were sent flying. Swoosh. 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 At this moment, figures rushed out from the surrounding forest. More than 100 figures surrounded the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. DT Divine Guards. Damn it, are you from the Xing family? We've been tricked. A zombie guard shouted. It's too late to know now. Trash of the Heavenly Corpse sect, be obedient and become my reward. The tall youth from the Xing family laughed. Obviously, they were the leaders of the Xing family. Charge out. A zombie guard yelled. Ka, more than 50 refined corpses appeared from the 50 coffins. Iron chains flew across the sky, attacking the light shield in all directions. Control the array and kill the trash of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The pale-faced young man from the Saint clan ordered. Immediately, 36 people flew to all directions of the inscription array. Their true essence gushed out as they controlled the inscription array to attack. As the inscriptions fought, the light became even more dazzling. Streaks of sword chi formed and pierced toward the Heavenly Corpse sect and the many refined corpses. Boom! Boom! For a time, the rumbling sounds continued. Something's wrong. At this moment, the young man with a slightly pale face spoke. What's wrong? The tall young man asked. There's something wrong with the number of corpse guards. There are only over 20 corpse guards in the formation. Although there are 50 coffins, only one refined corpse appeared in each coffin. The pale-faced young man frowned. Then, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Oh no! Only a part of the Heavenly Corpse sect's people went in." What? The tall young man was taken aback. Hee, Sacred Eagle, your brain is still so nimble. At this moment, a sinister laugh suddenly came from the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air breaking came from all directions. Corpse guards in black robes appeared one by one. There were at least 30 corpse guards in all directions. Each corpse guard was followed by 2 or even 3 refined corpses. They surrounded the Xing family's people in the middle. The Xing family's people turned pale. He. A corpse guard with a black mole between his eyebrows sneered. He looked at the Xing family's people and said, "When I received the news, I felt that it was a little strange. Just in case, I asked a part of us to go in first. Sure enough, this is a trap set by the Xing family. It won't be that easy to kill us." So what if you know? A part of you is trapped in the formation. If you lose a part of your people, you will still die. The pale-faced young man, Sacred Eagle, said coldly. Is that so? Today, it's you who will die. Kill. The corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows roared. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness and murderous intent. Kill. Kill. The corpse guards roared. The refined corpses waved their iron chains and charged toward the Xing family's people. Kill. Sacred Eagle also roared. His body emitted a violent aura. He shook his arms and charged toward the corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows like a goshawk. He displayed his powerful strength. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of LV6 Martial King realm. Kill. The corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows roared. Beside him, 2 refined corpses charged toward Sacred Eagle. These 2 refined corpses were at the mid-stage of LV6 Martial King realm. At the same time, the young man with a mole between his eyebrows also charged toward Sacred Eagle. His strength was also at the mid-stage of LV6 Martial King realm. Boom! Boom! After a few explosions, Sacred Eagle fought against 2 refined corpses and a corpse guard at the same level. He was not at a disadvantage. In terms of combat strength, the Xing family's geniuses had the upper hand. The Heavenly Corpse sect's advantage was their refined corpses. They had a large number of refined corpses and were invulnerable. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously as the 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. The corpse guards in the inscription formation also controlled the refined corpses to attack the inscription formation. However, the inscription formation was very sturdy and could not be broken in a short time. I didn't expect to see such a big battle. Lu Ming withdrew his aura and stood still, watching quietly. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the ground around the profound crystal mine began to undulate. Black demonic beasts that looked like black leopards crawled out from the ground. These demonic beasts waved their claws, causing the ground to crack. Oh no, these demonic corpses are going to destroy the formation base. Sacred Eagle shouted. Attack those demonic corpses. The tall young man from the Xing family shouted. The 36 young men from the Xing family who were controlling the inscription formation also attacked the demonic corpses. However, as part of the formation base was destroyed, the power of the inscription formation was greatly weakened. In the inscription formation, the refined corpses attacked even more crazily. The inscription formation shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Damn it! Sacred Eagle roared. Die! The corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows controlled the refined corpses to attack Sacred Eagle. 2 corpse guards blocked in front of him and attacked without fear of death. Sacred Eagle's attacks landed on the refined corpses and only left slight wounds. As for the corpse guards, they hid behind the corpses and attacked. Ah! At this moment, someone screamed. Someone from the Xing family was killed. Attack those corpse guards. Don't fight with the refined corpses. Sacred Eagle shouted. Boom! At this moment, the inscription formation below completely collapsed. The corpse guards and refined corpses in the inscription formation rushed out crazily and joined the battle. For a moment, the Xing family was completely at a disadvantage. From time to time, experts from the Xing family were killed. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect did not have it easy either. Chapter 531. Once the zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect died, the refined corpses he controlled would become useless. Therefore, the people of the Xing family attacked the zombie guards with all their might. Kill! 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 Both sides were in a frenzy. Energy exploded, iron chains flew across the sky, and blood filled the air. People were constantly killed and fell to the ground. But overall, the people of the Xing family were completely at a disadvantage. Soon, dozens of people were killed. The Xing family only had a little over 100 people. Although the Heavenly Corpse sect only had a little over 50 zombie guards, each zombie guard had 2 to 3 refined corpses. In total, there were close to 200 of them. Kill! Sheng Ying was wearing a pair of spirit weapon gloves. His claws were shocking, and he kept slashing out as if he could tear everything apart. But the 2 refined corpses kept him busy. Behind him, the zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows kept launching sneak attacks. Damn it! Sheng Ying's eyes were red. He looked up to the sky and roared. He ignored the iron chains that were attacking him and rushed over. Poochie! A chain pierced through his shoulder. Sheng Ying roared and took this opportunity to rush over. He finally avoided the 2 refined corpses and rushed toward the zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows. Die! Sheng Ying's body was as fast as lightning. His claws pierced through the void and grabbed at the zombie guard's heart. The zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows was shocked. He slashed out with his saber, trying his best to block Sheng Ying's attack. As long as he could block one of Sheng Ying's attacks, the 2 refined corpses would arrive. But the combat strength of zombie guards wasn't high to begin with. How could they compare to a genius like Sheng Ying? The zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows tried his best, but he still couldn't block Sheng Ying's attack. Blood splattered everywhere. One of his arms was torn off by Sheng Ying. At this moment, the 2 refined corpses arrived. Kill, kill, kill him! The zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows roared. The 2 zombie guards charged towards the Sacred Eagle without fear of death. Sheng Ying's shoulder had been pierced through by the iron chain, so his strength was weakened. He could only try his best to block. Ah! At this moment, a shocking scream was heard. Sheng Chong! Sheng Ying roared. This time, there were a total of 3 people in the Xing family who had reached the 6th layer Martial King realm. Sheng Ying, the tall youth, and Xing Chong. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect also had 3 zombie guards who had reached the 6th layer Martial King realm and 7 refined corpses. At this moment, Xing Chong was besieged by 3 refined corpses of LV6 Martial King realm. In the end, he was defeated and pierced through by the iron chains. With the death of a 6th layer Martial King, the morale of the Xing family members was greatly reduced. More and more people were killed. From start to finish, more than 50 people had died on the spot. Retreat, retreat! Sheng Ying roared. If this went on, the entire Xing family would be annihilated. You want to leave? Not so easy. The zombie guard with the mole on its forehead was furious. The zombie guards continued to control the refined corpses to kill the members of the Xing family. As for the remaining 50+ members of the Xing family, they gathered together and rushed towards a single direction. The members of the Xing family gathered together and were determined to retreat. The people of the Heavenly Corpse sect couldn't stop them. After leaving behind a few more corpses, they successfully broke out of the encirclement and sped off into the distance. Scum of the Heavenly Corpse sect, I, Sacred Eagle, will remember this debt. The voice came, but the person had already disappeared. Humph, you're lucky to escape fast. The eyes of the zombie guard with the mole on its forehead were full of fire. He continued, quickly collect the corpses of the Xing family and bring them back to refine them into refined corpses. Also, hurry up and dig out the profound crystals in this mountain. The young man with the mole on his forehead ordered loudly. When the members of the Xing family returned, they would definitely send reinforcements. Now they had to hurry up. The remaining zombie guards quickly took action. The zombie guard with the mole on his forehead stood in the air and operated his cultivation method to heal his injuries. His arm had just been torn off by Sheng Ying and his vitality was greatly damaged. He didn't even notice that a cloud was slowly floating above his head. Lu Ming was hiding in the cloud. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Yes, he was going to make a move. Among these zombie guards, only a few of the 6th layer Martial King were dangerous to him. As long as he killed a few of the 6th layer Martial King zombie guards, the rest of the zombie guards were nothing to be afraid of. In particular, there was such a good opportunity now. How could Lu Ming miss it? Silently, the demon-suppressing spear appeared in his hand. The next moment, extreme Dao strike. Lu Ming turned into a ray of spear light and stabbed toward the zombie guard with the mole on his forehead from the cloud. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Ah, not good. The zombie guard with the mole on his forehead suddenly panicked, but it was too late. Poochie. The head of the zombie guard with the mole on his forehead directly exploded. He was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Not good, enemy attack. The other zombie guards reacted and roared in anger. They controlled the refined corpses and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and rushed into the sky. With a wave of his hand, thunder and lightning gathered in the sky. Die for me. Lu Ming struck his palm downward, and the thunderbolts in the sky struck the zombie guards below. Whether it was the zombie guards or the refined corpses, they were all very afraid of thunder and lightning. Sizzle, the zombie guards below the low-level Martial King realm were struck by the thunder and screamed miserably. A large amount of corpse chi was released from their bodies and they fell to the ground, killed. As for the zombie guards above the low-level Martial King realm, although they were not killed, they were injured to varying degrees. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear and charged into the group of zombie guards. He deliberately avoided the 2 zombie guards and their refined corpses and focused on the zombie guards of the 4th and 5th level Martial King realm. Puff. Puff. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and his speed was too fast. He easily avoided the refined corpses and charged toward the zombie guards. This made the refined corpses of the zombie guards useless. Damn it, damn it. The 2 zombie guards of the 6th level Martial King realm were furious. Bastards of the Heavenly Corpse sect, die. Lu Ming's eyes were full of killing intent. He thought of Elder Zhuang and the 49 people who came with him from the east. He had sworn to avenge them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear light pierced out and killed 2 more people. Back off, we'll kill him. A zombie guard of the 6th level Martial King realm yelled. The 2 zombie guards of the 6th level Martial King realm controlled 5 refined corpses and surrounded Lu Ming. They waved the iron chains and tried to block Lu Ming's way of retreat. The other 3 zombie guards of the low-level Martial King realm retreated quickly. As for the zombie guards below the low-level Martial King realm, they were all dead. In the battle with the Xing family, the Heavenly Corpse sect only lost a dozen zombie guards. There were still more than 30 people left. But now, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had killed only 5 of them. Lu Ming was their nemesis. The main reason was that the zombie guard with the mole in between his eyebrows had been killed by Lu Ming in one fell swoop. No one could restrain Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to kill so many people as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming stared at the 2 zombie guards of the 6th level Martial King realm. He swept out the long spear and broke the iron chains around him. Dandan, smash. In the next moment, Lu Ming patted Dandan. Whoosh. Chapter 532. Bang. That zombie guard was accurately hit in the face by Dandan. Instantly, that pale face was completely deformed and twisted together. The zombie guard was unable to focus in such a miserable state. The 2 refined corpses paused for a moment like 2 pieces of wood. Just this one time was enough. Lu Ming's figure dashed past and dashed toward the zombie guard. Ah! The zombie guard screamed as it sensed danger approaching. It tried to control the refined corpses to help while retreating at the same time. However, it was too late. Puff! Lu Ming's spear penetrated the zombie guard's heart. An early-stage 6th-layer Martial King zombie guard was dead. As soon as it died, the 2 refined corpses stopped in the air. The remaining 6th-layer Martial King zombie guard wanted to help, but it quickly retreated upon seeing this. He controlled the 3 zombie guards to surround him tightly. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not chase after it. Zombie guards were difficult to kill once they controlled the refined corpses to defend themselves. Only like just now, with the momentum of a thunderbolt and catching them off guard, could they easily kill those corpse guards. The 4 zombie guards fled with the 9 refined corpses, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The final winner of this battle was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only able to do this because he had broken through to the Lesser Success King realm. It was impossible for him to do this before. Seal the souls of the zombie guards first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and dozens of soul-sealing crystals appeared. Lu Ming controlled them with his true yuan and flew toward the corpses of the zombie guards. Then, Lu Ming channeled his true yuan into the soul-sealing crystals. The soul-sealing crystals glowed and sealed the souls of the zombie guards in them. After that, Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the soul-sealing crystals flew back to Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The souls of the zombie guards in the soul-sealing crystals alone would be a great reward. Then, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he took the storage rings of the Xing family and the zombie guards. Of course, he also devoured the blood essence of the members of the Xing family. There are so many storage rings. How many spirit crystals are there? Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. The profound crystal lode hadn't been excavated yet. Lu Ming didn't have much time left. Regardless of whether it was the Xing family or the Heavenly Corpse sect, there was a possibility that they would bring people back. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a huge battle axe and chopped down at the small mountain. Bang! Gravel flew everywhere, and a large piece of the small mountain peak was chopped off. This was a profound crystal lode, so the ground here was exceptionally hard. If it were an ordinary mountain, Lu Ming's axe could have easily chopped it in half. But now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly, the digging was also very fast. Lu Ming brandished his battle axe, constantly chopping down. Soon, large chunks of stone were sent flying. The world was filled with an intense concept of fire. Concept of fire. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking profound crystals of fire attribute. If he could find a piece of fire attribute mid-grade profound crystal, his concept of fire would be able to break through. One piece. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a piece of fiery red profound crystal embedded in the rock below. Lu Ming put away the fire attribute profound meaning crystal happily and continued to dig with all his might. Next, more and more profound crystals were dug out. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces, 20 pieces. The profound crystal lode was indeed worthy of being called a lode. There were so many profound crystals that the profound crystal pit couldn't compare to. 2 hours later, the entire mountain peak had disappeared, and Lu Ming had already dug out 300 profound crystals. Yes, a total of 300 fire attribute profound crystals. Rich, Lu Ming felt rich. However, he still hadn't found any mid-grade profound crystals, which was Lu Ming's goal. Lu Ming continued to dig, digging a few meters down the entire mountain peak. However, he still did not find anything. He did not even see a single low-grade profound crystal. Is there really nothing? It can't be, right? Although this profound crystal lode is very small, it should be able to condense mid-grade profound crystals, right? Lu Ming was unwilling to give up, and continued to dig. Dang! Suddenly, Lu Ming's battle axe chopped down on a hard rock, but it didn't split. This is... Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Below, a head-sized rock was revealed. This rock's color was somewhat different from the other rocks. It was deeper and more fiery red. Lu Ming immediately thought of the earth attribute mid-grade profound crystal. Didn't he also find it in a special rock? Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He raised his battle axe, and Zhen Yuan burst out, chopping down on this rock. Dang! Cracks appeared on this rock. Immediately, Lu Ming switched to the back of his axe, and struck the rock. Crack crack, cracks appeared on the rock, like a spider web covering the entire rock. More and more cracks appeared, and finally, the entire rock cracked open. An incomparably intense fire heaven and earth concept spread out. A fiery red crystal lay quietly in the middle of the rock. It was sparkling, translucent, and extremely dazzling. A mid-grade fire attribute profound crystal. Lu Ming revealed an excited expression. Zhen Yuan swept out, and this profound crystal flew into his hand. He then put it away in a jade box. This time's harvest is not bad, not bad. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied. Now, let's find a place to condense the fire concept rune, and then return to Profound Heaven City to submit the mission. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and then swept his gaze over. With a wave of his hand, the power of thunder spread out, turning those motionless refined corpses into charcoal. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left. 1,000,000 miles away, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and sat down cross-legged. Beside him was the Enlightenment Ancient Tree's bud. During this period, the clear spring water in the jade box had decreased by a lot, and only a small layer was left. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree's bud was even more lustrous, and the aura it emitted was even more mysterious. As for the other branch, there was no movement. Lu Ming reckoned that the branch had most likely withered completely. It was impossible for it to live anymore. Moreover, there was a rumor that the same Enlightenment Ancient Tree could only exist in the world. It was impossible for 2 identical Enlightenment Ancient Trees to exist. This was the law of heaven and earth. Looks like I have to find some spiritual liquid after I go out. Otherwise, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree won't be able to grow. It'll be good if it doesn't wither. Lu Ming thought. Then, his hand moved, and the mid-grade fire attribute profound crystal appeared in his hand. A mid-grade profound crystal with the Enlightenment Ancient Tree should be able to condense successfully. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he squeezed hard. Gotcha! The mid-grade profound crystal exploded, and an extremely strong fire concept of heaven and earth filled the area. Lu Ming could even see dense strands of concept floating around him. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and focused on comprehending. Chapter 533. On the side, the Enlightenment ancient tree emitted a mysterious aura that pushed Lu Ming's state to its peak. His mind was empty, and his mind was clear. His comprehension speed was 10 times faster than usual. The faster he comprehended, the more intent threads he could absorb. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of fire intent had reached a limit. Condense. With a low shout, a strong intent of fire exploded from his body, making Lu Ming look like a burning man. In the next moment, the intent of fire converged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and started to condense crazily. At this moment, the lightning rune and wind rune in his sea of consciousness vibrated slightly, emitting a force that prevented Lu Ming from condensing the intent of fire rune. Nothing can stop me. Condense. Lu Ming roared. With the help of the mid-grade profound crystal and the Enlightenment ancient tree, the intent of fire rune started to condense in his sea of consciousness with an unstoppable force. After a while, an inch-long intent rune turned fiery red and sparkled, floating in his sea of consciousness. The intent of fire rune was formed. However, it didn't stop. The intent of heaven and earth contained within the mid-grade profound crystal was too dense and intense. The price of a medium-grade profound crystal was 1,000 times higher than that of a low-grade one. It was easy to see the difference between the two. At this moment, there were still many intent threads being absorbed by Lu Ming. The intent of fire rune in his sea of consciousness was slowly growing. 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, 2 inches. When the fire attribute mid-grade profound crystal was completely consumed, Lu Ming's intent of fire rune actually reached 2 inches in length. First level intent small success. Lu Ming had actually cultivated the concept of fire to the level of initial success in one go. This was all thanks to the Enlightenment ancient tree. If it were someone else, even if they had a mid-grade profound crystal, they wouldn't have such an effect. First level small success fire intent. Let's go see its effects. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. After leaving the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming flew into the sky. Wang. As soon as the intent of fire was displayed, endless flames appeared in the sky and crazily gathered in Lu Ming's palm. A ball of fire appeared in Lu Ming's palm. It was so hot that it distorted the space around it. With a wave of his hand, the fireball flew out and exploded. Blazing flames engulfed everything within a radius of 10 li. It was as if a sun had exploded. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Now that the 3 intents have condensed into intent runes, how strong will the fusion of the 3 intents be? Thinking up to this point, Lu Ming's heart was burning. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in his hand, and piercing the spear, and piercing towards a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. The 3 intents, the intent of the spear, pierced the mountain poo. Lu Ming only heard a soft sound. Then, he saw that there was a big hole on the mountainside of the 10,000 feet mountain peak that was penetrating from the front to the back. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain was pierced through by Lu Ming's casual spear. Lu Ming didn't use any true yuan in the spear. It was purely based on intent. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming realized that the fusion of the 3 intents was terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming estimated that it was even stronger than cultivating a single intent to the first-level large success stage. It was close to the first-level perfection stage. In other words, the pure power of Lu Ming's current concept was already slightly stronger than that of an ordinary phenomenal king. It seems that the fusion of the 3 intents is indeed terrifying. If I'm not wrong, the fusion of 2 first-level entry intents is comparable to a first-level small success stage. And the fusion of 3 first-level entry intents is comparable to a first-level large success stage. As for me, I already have 2 intents at the first-level small success stage. If I fuse the 3 intents together, it will be comparable to a first-level small success stage. When my wind intent stage breaks through to the first-level small success stage, the fusion of the 3 intents will be comparable to a first-level small success stage. Lu Ming speculated in his mind. With the breakthrough of the fire intense stage, Lu Ming's battle strength had doubled. Now, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill a martial artist at the early stage of the 6th level of the Martial King realm in one move without using the extreme move. Even if he was facing a peak 6th level Martial King realm warrior, Lu Ming could easily defeat and kill him. Of course, those peerless geniuses who could fight above their level were another matter. Now, Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone below the King realm. Now, let's go back to Tianxian City. Whoosh! With a flash, he flew toward the exit of the scaled demon plane. Half a day later, Lu Ming returned to the high wall and walked toward the exit. 2 days later, Lu Ming returned to Tianxian City. Then, Lu Ming came to the 3rd area and walked into a huge mansion. Young master, do you want to rent a house? It costs 100 extreme spiritual crystals a day. An old man asked. I'll rent it for a month. Lu Ming nodded and took out 3,000 extreme spiritual crystals and gave them to the old man. Okay. With a smile on his face, the elder gave Lu Ming a jade token. Lu Ming took the jade badge and walked into the room according to the number on it. After closing the door, Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. As expected of a room that costs 100 extreme spiritual crystals. The intense stage of the heavens and earth is extremely strong. Lu Ming thought as he sensed the environment. He found that although the intense stage of the heavens and earth here was not as strong as the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the east, it was not too far off. Furthermore, the spiritual qi here was extremely rich, a few times richer than the East Sky Courtyard where he lived. Lu Ming exclaimed in his mind. The experts of the ancient times were indeed extraordinary. They were able to build a sacred place for cultivation in this city. How terrifying. Now, let's count them first. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 100 storage rings appeared on the ground. They were all left behind by the geniuses of the Xing family and the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was already quite experienced in counting the spoils of war and was very interested in it. He immediately counted them one by one. Top-grade spirit crystals, spirit grass and spirit flowers, weapon refining materials and spirit weapons, and cultivation method manuals were all placed in one piece. Also, there's a soul-sealing crystal. Finally, all the extreme spiritual crystals were counted. 66 million extreme spiritual crystals. A total of 66 million extreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air and was overjoyed. 66 million extreme spiritual crystals. Even a king in the greater success stage did not have so much wealth. It was probably comparable to the wealth of a pinnacle king. In addition, various materials, spiritual weapons, and spiritual grass were also worth a lot of extreme spiritual crystals. It was a pity that Lu Ming did not find a suitable long spear among the spirit weapons. Now, ordinary level 5 spears were no longer suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to find an upper level 5 spear to use first, but unfortunately, he did not have one. There were very few people who used spears. If I have time, I'll buy one. Lu Ming thought and then looked at the pile of soul-sealing crystals. There were more than 50 soul-sealing crystals here. They were Lu Ming's own. Chapter 534. There were a total of 110 pieces, all of which were sealed with the souls of the Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse guards. Among them, there were 55 pieces of LV1 Martial King Realm, 30 pieces of LV2 Martial King Realm, 19 pieces of LV3 Martial King Realm, 10 pieces of LV4 Martial King Realm, 3 pieces of LV5 Martial King Realm, 2 pieces of LV6 Martial King Realm, 2,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV1 Martial King Realm, 5,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV2 Martial King Realm, 10,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV3 Martial King Realm, 20,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV4 Martial King Realm, 50,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV5 Martial King Realm, 100,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals for LV6 Martial King Realm. In total, the soul-sealing crystals were worth 800,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. It was a big harvest, an absolutely big harvest. This time, Lu Ming's gains added up to more than 10 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. This was a supreme-grade spiritual crystal, not a low-grade one. This was not counting the power Upanishad crystals. He was rich, he was rich. This time, Lu Ming was really rich. It's a pity that my comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is not deep enough. Otherwise, with so many resources, my cultivation would be greatly improved. Lu Ming felt it was a pity. Next, I need to focus on comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth, the 3 skills of the dragon god, and the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Lu Ming decided on the direction of his cultivation. The 9 dragon sky-stomping steps was a god-level martial skill with both offensive and movement power. Lu Ming would not slack off and would comprehend it when he had time. As for the 3 skills of the dragon god, as Lu Ming's main offensive means, Lu Ming would not slack off. Now, I'd better go to the mission hall and hand in the mission. Lu Ming tidied up and walked to the mission hall. The mission hall was still crowded with people coming and going. Lu Ming found that most people came to the Scale Demon Plane. Lu Ming was about to walk to the counter for the Scale Demon Plane mission when a cold shout was heard. Lu Ming, it's you. Lu Ming was taken aback. He turned around and his eyes turned cold. 3 figures walked towards Lu Ming. The person leading the group was an old man. Xing Yao was the Peak King who had gone to the Eastern Branch Palace. Behind Xing Yao were 2 young men. One of them was Xing Wushuang, and the other looked to be in his late 20s. Lu Ming did not recognize him. The voice just now had come from Xing Wushuang. Lu Ming, you're still alive? When Xing Yao saw Lu Ming, there was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Xing Yao knew that Xing Yu and the others wanted to kill Lu Ming in the Scaled Demon Plane. Originally, he thought that Lu Ming was already dead by now. Now, Lu Ming actually appeared in front of him lively and lively. One could imagine the shock in his heart. Could it be that this little bastard didn't go to the Scaled Demon Plane? Or maybe Xing Yu and the others didn't find him. Xing Yao's mind spun rapidly. As for Xing Yu and the others being killed by Lu Ming, he did not even think about it because it was impossible. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he looked at Xing Yao and sneered. As an elder of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, you're actually looking forward to my death. Huh, what a joke. Unfortunately, I've disappointed you. Lu Ming's voice spread far and wide, attracting the attention of a group of people. How dare you? Kid, what's with your attitude? How dare you speak to Elder Xing Yao like that? You're being disrespectful. Behind Xing Yao, the unfamiliar young man shouted with an arrogant look on his face. Disrespectful? Respect my ass. This old man wants me dead the moment he sees me. Why should I respect him? Are you fucking crazy? Lu Ming scolded loudly and looked at the young man from the corner of his eyes. The young man was so angry that he was trembling all over. How dare you? Xing Yao shouted. His expression was extremely ugly. If this wasn't a public place, he would have slapped Lu Ming to death. However, there were so many people here. With his identity, what he said just now was indeed inappropriate. Since Lu Ming was holding on tightly, he could not find a reason to attack. Lu Ming sneered and ignored them. He walked toward the mission counter. Whoosh! At this moment, the young man behind Xing Yao caught up with Lu Ming and appeared in front of the mission counter before Lu Ming. He then looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression and said, Kid, so you're also here to submit the mission of the Scaled Demon Plane. Huh, what a coincidence. I entered the Scaled Demon Plane some time ago and am here to submit the mission. Having said that, he looked at Lu Ming contemptuously and continued, It's not that I want to say this, but this mission is totally suitable for a rookie from the East like you. In my opinion, you're already very lucky to be able to seal the souls of 1 or 2 first-level Martial King zombie guards. Which eye of yours saw that I've only sealed 1 or 2 souls of first layer Martial King zombie guards? Lu Ming looked at the young man in amusement. Oh, not just 1 or 2. 2 or 3. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed contemptuously. Who is that? Look at his attitude, Xing Chuan is going to humiliate him. That's right. This kid is quite bold. He dares to talk to Elder Xing Yao like that. It's normal for Xing Chuan to take the opportunity to humiliate him. But I see that he's quite calm. Maybe he has something? What kind of thing is he? He's just pretending. Around them, some people saw that there was something interesting to watch and gathered around, whispering. Lu Ming also heard that the young man was called Xing Chuan. On the side, Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Although they could not kill Lu Ming, it was good to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. Lu Ming looked at Xing Chuan indifferently and said slowly, since you've said so, you must have gained a lot. So, but more than you. There's no doubt about it. Xing Chuan sneered. Oh. If that's the case, hand in the task first and let me see. Lu Ming said indifferently. All right. I'll let you see. Xing Chuan smiled proudly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a pile of soul-sealing crystals appeared on the counter. Each soul-sealing crystal was covered with a layer of faint black light. At a glance, one could tell that all of them were sealed with souls. So many, there are more than 20 of them. More than 20 of them means that more than 20 zombie guards have died in Xing Chuan's hands. How terrifying. It seems that Xing Chuan's cultivation has improved again. As soon as Xing Chuan took out the soul-sealing crystals, the crowd burst into discussions. Check them for me. Xing Chuan said proudly to an old man on the counter. On the mission counter, the old man picked up the soul-sealing crystals and carefully examined them one by one. A moment later, he finished checking them all. There are a total of 21 soul-sealing crystals, all of which are sealed with the souls of the zombie guards. Among them, 13 are first-layer Martial King Realm, 5 are second-layer Martial King Realm, 2 are third-layer Martial King Realm, and 1 is fourth-layer Martial King Realm. The old man announced. What? There's even a fourth-layer Martial King Lesser Success King? Even a Lesser Success King zombie guard was killed by Xing Chuan, how terrifying. Zombie guards are hard to kill, but Xing Chuan managed to kill them with the help of the refined corpse. His cultivation should have reached the 5th-layer Martial King Realm. Chapter 535. Normally, a 4th-layer Martial King zombie guard would have 2 or 3 4th-layer Martial King corpses protecting him at all times. It would be impossible to kill a 4th-layer Martial King zombie guard unless he was caught off guard and launched a sneak attack. However, it would not be easy to launch a sneak attack as zombie guards would spend most of their time hiding in their coffins. Also, it was the suppression of strength. He could kill the other party with his overwhelming strength. Xing Chuan's face was filled with pride. A total of 91,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Here are the spiritual crystals, please count them. The old man on the counter took out a jade box and handed it to Xing Chuan. The surrounding people were even more envious. 90,000 extreme grade spirit crystals was definitely a huge amount for a low-level king warrior. It was only a mission, but he could actually earn 90,000 extreme grade spirit crystals. How frightening. No need to count. Xing Chuan was very generous. He took the jade box and kept it in his storage ring. Immediately after, he looked at Lu Ming proudly and said loudly, "Did you see that? This is my reward. I have sealed the souls of 21 zombie guards. Actually, this is not considered a lot. I believe that I will definitely have a bigger reward next time. However, to you, this is an unattainable height." Xing Chuan looked at Lu Ming with contempt. Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang looked at Lu Ming with sneers. They were very happy to see Lu Ming being humiliated in front of everyone. You have the nerve to take out such a small amount to make a fool of yourself? Get out of the way and let me do it. Lu Ming looked calm. He glanced at Xing Chuan and said indifferently. The disdain in his tone was very obvious. What did you say? I made a fool of myself? Damn it, can you take out more soul-sealing crystals? Xing Chuan's eyes were burning with anger as he shouted. The surrounding people looked at Lu Ming curiously. What made Lu Ming so confident? Could it be that Lu Ming's reward was bigger than Xing Chuan's? Take it out, quickly take it out. If you can't take it out today, I will make you swallow your words. Crash. Xing Chuan was originally shouting angrily, but in the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter clattered, causing Xing Chuan's shouts to abruptly stop. Xing Chuan's eyes were as big as copper bells. He stared at the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter, his lips trembling. Around him, the other onlookers were the same. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they stared at the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter in disbelief. Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang had the same expression on their faces. It's fake, it's definitely fake. Lu Ming, the soul sealed inside is definitely not the soul of a corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming, did you take the soul of a demonic beast or hunt an ordinary warrior and seal their soul to cheat a reward? How dare you? Lu Ming, you've committed a heinous crime. You should be executed. At this moment, Xing Chuan finally reacted. He pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. He directly pinned the crime of killing ordinary warriors on Lu Ming's head. Around them, the way the onlookers looked at Lu Ming changed. Some of them believed Xing Chuan's words. After all, the pile of soul-sealing crystals Lu Ming took out was too much. There were at least 100 of them. How could Lu Ming kill more than 100 zombie guards? How was that possible? Idiot. Lu Ming said indifferently. The way he looked at Xing Chuan was as if he was looking at an idiot. This made Xing Chuan's chest swell with pain. He almost vomited blood. What did you say? What did you say? Xing Chuan roared. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. He didn't even bother to look at him. He turned to the old man on the counter and said, "Senior, please check it for me so that I won't be wronged." All right. The old man on the counter picked up the soul-sealing jade tokens and checked them one by one. At the scene, everyone's eyes turned to look at the old man. Especially Xing Chuan, who was hoping that the old man would say that Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals were fake. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The old man checked the tokens one by one in a serious manner. Gradually, the old man's face was filled with astonishment. The more he checked, the greater the astonishment on his face. It took the old man half an hour to finish checking all of Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals. Everyone stared at the old man, waiting for his answer. A total of 110 of them, all sealed with the souls of the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. That's right. The old man said. Gasp. The crowd burst into an uproar after hearing the old man's words. All sealed with the souls of the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. How is that possible? What is this Lu Ming's cultivation? It's unbelievable that he could kill so many zombie guards. I heard that this Lu Ming came from the east. When he entered the city, he had a conflict with Xing Jiang of the Xing clan. I heard that his cultivation is second-layer Martial Emperor realm. Second-layer Martial Emperor realm? Are you kidding me? For a second-layer Martial King to be able to kill so many zombie guards and seal so many zombie guards' souls, how could he kill so many zombie guards unless his luck was heaven-defying, and all the zombie guards he encountered along the way were first-layer Martial King, and they were all alone, otherwise, how could he kill so many zombie guards? The crowd burst into discussions in disbelief. Even Xing Chuan stared with his eyes wide open, filled with astonishment. 110 soul-sealing crystals, all sealed with the souls of the zombie guards. Even if they were all first-layer Martial Emperor realm cultivators, the reward would still be more than what he had received. At this moment, the old man on the counter announced again. A total of 110 crystals, all sealed with the souls of the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. 55 of them are from the first-layer Martial Emperor realm, 30 from the second-layer Martial Emperor realm, 19 from the third-layer Martial Emperor realm, 10 from the 4th layer Martial Emperor realm, 3 from the 5th layer Martial Emperor realm, and 2 from the 6th layer Martial Emperor realm. In total, the reward is 880,000 spiritual crystals. The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was the first time someone had received so many rewards since the mission was announced. Silence. The place fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their eyes and mouths wide open. 880,000 spiritual crystals. There were even 10 4th layer Martial Emperor realm crystals, 3 5th layer Martial Emperor realm crystals, and 2 6th layer Martial Emperor realm crystals. How was this possible? They thought they were dreaming. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Xing Chuan was completely stunned. His body kept trembling as he mumbled to himself. He could not believe what he was seeing. Impossible? I've been working in the mission hall for 300 years and I've never made a mistake. Are you doubting me? The old man on the counter stared at him. The old man's words awakened the crowd. Oh my God, what did I just see? 880,000 spiritual crystals. That's terrifying. 15 of the lesser Martial Emperor realm crystals. How did he do it? The 4th layer Martial Emperor realm crystal Xing Chuan got his trash compared to it. The crowd burst into an uproar as they discussed among themselves. Chapter 536. Xing Chuan's face reddened as he felt extremely ashamed. He could not wait to dig a hole and hide himself. He had only sealed the soul of a 4th level Martial King zombie guard, but he was already so proud of himself. Compared to Lu Ming, there was a world of difference. There was no way to compare them at all. There was no way to know how many levels they were inferior. Earlier on, Lu Ming was right when he said that he was a disgrace. How is this possible? How is it possible for this kid to be able to seal a 5th layer and 6th layer Martial Emperor realm zombie guard? Xing Chuan was utterly confused. How dare you, Lu Ming? What punishment do you deserve? At that instant, Xing Yao suddenly uttered a roar, causing the entire place to tremble. The crowd immediately gathered their attention onto Xing Yao's figure, their eyes filled with doubts. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he glanced at Xing Yao and calmly said, "What crime have I committed?" "What crime?" "You might be able to fool the others, but can you fool me?" "Lu Ming, with your cultivation, how could you kill 4th layer, 5th layer, and 6th layer Martial Emperor realm zombie guards? How is that possible? If you have the ability, tell me, how did you kill him?" Xing Yao said in a cold tone. I don't think I need to explain how I did it to you. Besides, I don't think the Tian Divine Guards are required to tell me how they completed their missions. Lu Ming calmly said. Still trying to deny it. Lu Ming, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to kill so many zombie guards. There's only one possibility, which is that these soul-sealing crystals belong to someone else, another Tian Divine Guard. You've used some despicable method to kill the other Tian Divine Guards and steal their soul-sealing crystals. How dare you say you're not guilty of such a serious crime? You deserve to die. Xing Yao snapped. The crowd was startled as they fell into deep thoughts. They agreed with Xing Yao's words, as this was the only possibility that could explain how Lu Ming had obtained so many soul-sealing crystals. Lu Ming, how dare you commit such a heinous crime? You deserve to die. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Chuan shouted. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he asked coldly, "Where's the evidence?" "Evidence? There's no need for evidence. This is the truth." "Damn it!" Xing Yao shouted. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Xing Yao, is this how you become an elder of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Everything is just your wild speculation, and you want to convict me of a great crime? What a joke. Based on what you've said, you can convict anyone you don't like in the future? Laughable, extremely laughable. Alright then, I'll say that you bullied the Tian Divine Guards outside the Xing clan, bullied the weak, and snatched ordinary women. Xing Yao, how should you be punished?" Lu Ming's voice reverberated throughout the arena, his imposing manner imposing. "Audacious little bastard, you dare to slander me and slander me." Xing Yao roared. "Huh, what slander? That's the truth. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your guilt." Lu Ming sneered. "You're courting death, little bastard. I'll cripple you now." A terrifying aura erupted from Xing Yao's body. His eyes were fierce, as if he was about to devour someone. "Xing Yao, apart from the Xing clan, are you going to kill the other Tian divine guards if they don't listen to you? Does the Xing clan want to get rid of the other Tian divine guards and dominate the Tianxian region? Are you looking down on Martial Emperor De? Lu Ming circulated his true origin and was ready to escape. However, he was shouting and accusing Xing Yao. "Little bastard, you dare to slander me?" Xing Yao roared, but he did not make a move. Tianxian City was not like the Eastern Branch Palace. In the Eastern Branch Palace, even if he killed Lu Ming, it would be fine. However, in Tianxian City, there was not only the Xing clan, but also the Mu clan. The Xing clan and the Mu clan seemed to be on good terms, but they were competitors in secret. Xing Yao had quite a number of enemies. Not to mention the Mu family, even within the Xing family, Xing Yao had enemies. If he did something out of line and was caught by his enemies, then his days would not be easy. Therefore, if he were to take action against Lu Ming in public without any concrete evidence, he was afraid that his opponent would really have something on him and use it to attack him. For a moment, his face turned red, but he did not make a move. He was hesitant. "Damn it, this little bastard. I'll find a chance to kill him." Xing Yao roared in his heart. "Lu Ming, how dare you be so rude to Elder Xing Yao? Kneel down and admit your mistake." At this moment, Xingchuan jumped out and shouted. "Haha." Lu Ming only responded with a sneer. Xingchuan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Lu Ming, I think Elder Xing Yao has a point. Did you secretly kill the other Empyrean divine guards and steal their soul-sealing crystals? How about this, I'll challenge you now. If you can defeat me, I'll admit your strength and prove that you have the ability to obtain those soul-sealing crystals." Xingchuan shouted. His eyes kept rolling as he thought of a vicious idea. Xing Yao's eyes lit up. He looked at Xingchuan with admiration. He wondered if he had lost his mind from anger or if this kid was smart. In this way, if Lu Ming still did not accept the challenge, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. They could then use this as a reason to investigate Lu Ming. If Lu Ming accepted the challenge and lost to Xingchuan, needless to say, the accusation would be confirmed. As for Lu Ming defeating Xingchuan, was it possible? Lu Ming had just arrived in Tianxian City and was only a second-layer martial king. How could he be a match for Xingchuan in such a short time? Xingchuan had already reached mid-fifth-layer martial king. This was a vicious move. Xingchuan was overjoyed after seeing Xing Yao's admiring gaze. He secretly praised himself for being smart enough to come up with such a plan. If he could settle this matter today, Xing Yao would surely put him in an important position in the future. "Are you really going to challenge me?" Lu Ming wore a strange expression as he glanced at Xingchuan with an indifferent smile. "Nonsense, don't you have ears? Come on, do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't, then your strength is questionable." Xingchuan let out a hollow laugh. "Oh. If that's the case, I'll accept your challenge." Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly as he said. As soon as these words were spoken, another round of intense discussion broke out in the audience. Lu Ming accepted the challenge. He accepted Xingchuan's challenge. How unwise. What do you mean unwise? It's impossible for him to back down now. How is he going to explain himself by taking out so many soul-sealing crystals? That's right. He can only blame himself for being too high-profile just now. He didn't know how to endure. If he had endured just now, at most he would have lost a little face. Then, he would have secretly turned in the mission later and nothing would have happened. If it were me, I would definitely have done that. That's right, I agree. He accepted the challenge. Xingchuan's eyes flickered with joy. Lu Ming accepted his challenge. Great. Hee hee. Xing Yao let out a hollow laugh. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape this time around. Xing Wuxuan's eyes flickered with a vicious look. Come, let's battle on the Divine Guard battle platform. Chapter 537. What's the hurry? I haven't received my reward yet. Lu Ming said indifferently and looked at the old man on the counter. The old man took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. There are 880,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals here. You can count them. There's no need to count them. Lu Ming smiled. The storage ring flashed and all the supreme-grade spiritual crystals were transferred to Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming then returned the storage ring to the old man. Hee hee, now that you've received your reward, won't you have to spit it out later? Xing Chuan sneered. Is that so? Don't cry later. Lu Ming curled his lips. Lu Ming then stepped forward and walked towards the Divine Guard battle platform. There was a Divine Guard battle platform in all the branches of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Let's go and take a look. The people in the mission hall swarmed towards the Divine Guard battle platform. There were about 500 to 600 people. Some of them had even used voice transmission talismans to ask their friends and family to go to the Divine Guard battle platform. 500 to 600 people walking on the street naturally caused a commotion. Many people were curious and asked around. After hearing the whole story, they followed the crowd to the Divine Guard battle platform. The number of people increased rapidly and soon, there were a few thousand people. Lu Ming walked to the front of the crowd. When he arrived at the Divine Guard battle platform, he was stunned because the Divine Guard battle platform was already surrounded by people. It seemed like some people had received the news and rushed to the Divine Guard battle platform. There are so many young experts from the Xing family here. Isn't that so? It's no wonder. Not many people dare to offend the Xing family. It's normal for the geniuses of the Xing family to come and take a look. I hope that Lu Ming can withstand a few more moves and not die so quickly. Otherwise, I would have come all the way here for nothing. That's right. Whispers could be heard all around. The smile on Lu Ming's face deepened. Whoosh! Arriving at the edge of the battle stage, Xing Chuan leaped over 100 meters with a single step and leaped onto the stage. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, come up quickly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked up the stairs of the Divine Guard battle platform step by step. Arriving at the Divine Guard battle platform, Huang Xiaolong and Xing Chuan stood opposite each other. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't think that you would actually dare to accept my challenge. I really don't know where you got your guts from. 3 moves, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Xing Chuan smiled disdainfully. 3 moves. Xing Chuan, you have the nerve to say that. If it were me, I would have defeated him in 2 moves. No, 1 move is enough. 1 move is enough to beat him into a pig's head. Believe it or not, Xing Chuan, it would be too embarrassing if you really defeated him in 3 moves. Xing Chuan, this brat is too arrogant. I heard that he has repeatedly challenged the authority of the Xing family. Today, you must cripple him and let him know the consequences of offending the Xing family. That's right, cripple him. At the edge of the battle stage, some of the Xing family's young geniuses shouted. Their voices were filled with indifference and arrogance as if Lu Ming was a pitiful bug that could be crushed at will. The smile on Xing Chuan's face deepened. He looked at Lu Ming with contempt and said, Lu Ming, did you hear that? This is the consequence of offending the Xing family. Consequence? Just relying on your Xing family's glib tongue? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, you'll be crying later. Xing Chuan's eyes turned cold. How about this? A direct battle is too boring. Let's make a bet. What do you think? Lu Ming suddenly said. He still remembered that he had made a fortune from the previous battle with Xue Chao. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Bet? What do you want to bet? Xing Chuan's eyes lit up. Let's bet 20 profound crystals. If I lose, I'll give you 20 earth profound crystals. If you lose, you'll give me 20 wind profound crystals. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. Earth element profound crystal? You have them? Xing Chuan's eyes lit up. He had comprehended the earth concept. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, 20 earth profound crystals appeared in the air, emitting a strong earth concept. These earth profound crystals were obtained from the scaled demon tribe in the scaled demon plane with Han Man and the others. Lu Ming also had a mid-grade earth profound crystal. Later, when Han Man and the others were killed by Lu Ming, those profound crystals naturally fell into Lu Ming's pocket. They're really earth profound crystals. Xing Chuan's eyes emitted a blazing light. Where's your wind profound crystal? Take it out. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Xing Chuan snorted coldly. I'm afraid that you'll go back on your word. Lu Ming said. You, Xing Chuan gritted his teeth. But where could he find so many wind profound crystals? Xing Chuan, I have a few wind profound crystals. I'll lend them to you first. I have a few too. The young men of the sacred family standing next to him spoke up, taking out several Upanishad crystals of wind class. Xing Chuan was overjoyed. He took them one by one and said loudly, Brothers, I'll borrow these profound crystals first. I'll return them to you later. From his tone, it was as if he could win. Hurry up and cripple that kid. I still need to go back and cultivate. The other Xing family youths said. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Xing Chuan took the profound crystals and returned to the opposite side of Lu Ming, saying, 20 profound crystals. Not one less. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Right now, what he desired the most was wind profound crystals. However, 20 profound crystals are a bit too little. Lu Ming looked at the Xing family youths and his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Boom! At this moment, Xing Chuan put away the wind profound crystals and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The aura of a mid-5th level martial king. Lu Ming, lose! Xing Chuan shouted. Boom! He punched out and a huge mountain appeared in the sky. It was a few hundred feet tall and pressed down on Lu Ming. The aura was extremely majestic. Compared to this huge mountain, Lu Ming's body seemed extremely small. Is this first-level lesser success Earth concept? So powerful. Many low-level kings and even martial artists below the king realm were amazed. Break! Lu Ming let out a long howl. A ray of spear gleam shot up into the sky and collided with the mountain. Boom! The spear light and the mountain collided. After a while, there was a loud explosion. The mountain exploded and the spear light disappeared. Bang! Bang! Xing Chuan and Lu Ming both took 7 or 8 steps back. The difference was that there was a strange smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. On the other hand, Xing Chuan's expression changed drastically. Damn it! Xing Chuan roared. He was humiliated that he was forced back by Lu Ming. It's a tie. It's a tie. Lu Ming can withstand Xing Chuan's attack. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. No wonder he dares to fight with Xing Chuan. Chapter 538. Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang were also dumbfounded. This little bastard is too terrifying. How long has it been? He's already grown to this level. Damn it, damn it. Xing Yao roared in his heart. Xing Wushuang's eyes almost popped out as a look of horror flashed across his eyes. Xing Chuan didn't use his full strength just now. Lu Ming can't possibly be his opponent. Xing Yao took a deep breath and said coldly. Many people nodded when they heard this. Xing Chuan was probably just testing the waters earlier. As for Lu Ming, he had most likely exerted his full strength. Lu Ming, I only used 50% of my strength just now. Now, take this. 1,000 Mountain Heavenly Fist. Xing Chuan roared as his bloodline erupted. There was no doubt that it was the 6th-level king bloodline. At the same time, he continuously punched out with both fists. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the vast fist shadows turned into tall mountains. The mountain peaks were stacked upon one another, as if there really were 1,000 of them. Suppress him! Xing Chuan roared as the mountains in the sky crashed down on Lu Ming. It's a pity that I haven't cultivated it to perfection. How much strength should I use? 1 floor or half a floor? Lu Ming was a little conflicted. He had a plan in mind. He wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He was afraid that he would scare the big fish away if he showed too much strength. Forget it, I'll use 10% of my strength first. Buzz! Lu Ming held the long spear and blasted it out. Ah, break for me, break for me. Lu Ming deliberately shouted at the top of his lungs. He had only used 10% of his strength, but he pretended that he had used 12% of his strength. The veins on his face bulged as he roared with all his strength. Boom! Lu Ming destroyed a mountain peak that came crashing down. However, the second mountain peak came crashing down. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear and the mountain peak continued to collapse. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see how many mountains you can destroy. Xing Chuan laughed and punched out continuously. The mountains in the sky continued to press down. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. The spear light soared into the sky and became 1,000 meters long, constantly destroying the mountains. Boom! Boom! Between heaven and earth, rumbling sounds rang out unceasingly. Fortunately, the Divine Guard battle platform was wide enough for them to fight. Soon, dozens of moves had passed. Lu Ming had smashed dozens of mountains in succession, and then rushed towards the holy river. Bang! Bang! Every time Lu Ming stepped on the fighting ring, there would be a roaring sound. Sizzle! Lightning flashed in Lu Ming's hand as a powerful force of lightning burst out. Lesser Completion King. Lu Ming, that little bastard, has actually reached the Lesser Completion King realm. His battle strength is so strong that he can actually fight against Xing Chuan. He can't be left alive. This little bastard can't be left alive. Xing Yao roared in his heart. He clearly sensed that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early 4th layer Martial Emperor realm. This shocked him greatly. Thunderbolt. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming roared. With a thrust of his spear, the sky was filled with lightning, and the mountains were destroyed one after another. This move was not a martial technique at all. It was Lu Ming's roar. If he used a martial technique like the 3 skills of the Dragon God, he was afraid that Xing Chuan would be killed instantly. Therefore, he could only use a random move and call out a loud name. Damn it, it's not easy to pretend to be weak. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. However, Xing Chuan was so shocked that he gasped. He shouted and covered his body with black stones to block the lightning attack. Sizzle, as the lightning swept over, the stones continued to collapse. How could this be? Xing Chuan is actually at a disadvantage? Nest, that kid is actually so strong. Is Xing Chuan going to lose? There was another round of intense discussion all around. Damn it, damn it. Xing Chuan roared again and again, trying his best to fight against Lu Ming. However, Xing Chuan was already at a disadvantage, and he was slowly being suppressed by Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Xing Chuan was hit by Lu Ming's spear. He screamed and his body flew far away. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed up and stepped on Xing Chuan's face, pressing him firmly on the fighting ring. Ah! Ah! Xing Chuan struggled madly and roared, trying to break free. However, with Lu Ming stepping on his face, he couldn't break free at all. He was about to go crazy. It's over. Xing Chuan knew that he was finished. His face was stepped on by Lu Ming in public. From now on, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Xing family. His future was also ruined. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Xing Chuan roared madly. Slap. Lu Ming's response was a slap. The slap directly on Xing Chuan's face stopped Xing Chuan's scream abruptly. He was dumbfounded. How dare you, little bastard? How dare you slap the face of the Xing family's hero? You're courting death. Move your stinky foot away now. I want you to die without a burial place. The surrounding Xing family's youths roared. As for Xing Yao, he was so angry that his eyes were burning. What are you shouting for? A bunch of bastards. This is the Divine Guard battle ring. It's good that I didn't kill him. What's wrong with stepping on his foot? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and hollered loudly, looking arrogant and haughty. This made the surrounding Xing family's youths so angry that they almost vomited blood. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. A Xing family's youth roared. Lu Ming ignored them and looked at Xing Chuan again. Now, you've lost. Hand over the 20 wind attribute esoteric crystals. Little bastard, you still want esoteric crystals? Dream on. Xing Chuan roared. Are you trying to cheat? Hand it over quickly. Lu Ming shouted. I'm not going to hand it over. What can you do about it? You still want esoteric crystals? Dream on. Xing Chuan laughed. Lu Ming pointed at Xing Chuan and gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, seeing Lu Ming's expression, Xing Chuan laughed heartily. But in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Lu Ming bent down slowly and took off the storage ring on Xing Chuan's finger. You! What are you doing? Give me back my storage ring. Xing Chuan screamed. Give it back to you? I'm just using my winnings as a bet. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Give it back to me. 20 esoteric crystals. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Xing Chuan yelled. This storage ring was his entire fortune. It's too late now. Lu Ming's finger glowed as he kept Xing Chuan's storage ring. You cheated. You cheated. Xing Chuan shouted. I cheated? Weren't you the one who cheated first? All right, trash. Get down. Lu Ming got up and gave a kick. Xing Chuan screamed miserably. Like a broken sack, he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He slid across a distance of 7 to 8 miles and fell off the Divine Guard battle platform. His screams resounded throughout the place. Little bastard, how dare you? You're courting death. Hand over your storage ring and kneel down to admit your mistake. I'll spare your life. Chapter 539. After all, Xing Chuan was also a genius of the Xing family. Now that he had been beaten up so badly, they felt humiliated. Xing Yao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He really wanted to rush up and slap Lu Ming to death. However, this was the Divine Guard battle platform. As an elder, he did not dare to make a move. There were some rules that even the Xing family did not dare to break. The Xing family was the overlord of the Tianxian domain, but they were like ants in front of the entire Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. A bunch of bastards. What are you arguing about? Lu Ming looked at the young men of the Xing family and scolded them. His attitude was as arrogant as it could get. Damn it, the young men of the Xing family were so angry that their eyes turned red. As the young men of the Xing family, they were usually high and mighty. In the Tianxian domain, they were the overlords. Even if they went to some high-tier empires, the old ancestors and emperors of those empires would have to be respectful in front of them. Since when did anyone dare to scold them? Who dared to call them bastards in front of so many people? They were about to lose control of their killing intent. I can't take it anymore. Little bastard, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? A young man of the Xing family roared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately looked at the young man and said, You want to challenge me? Do you have wind elemental profound crystals? If not, don't bother me. Lu Ming waved his hand impatiently. Wind elemental profound crystals. I'll borrow them. The young man gritted his teeth and borrowed from the people around him. Many people had to give face to the young men of the Xing family. Soon, he had borrowed 20 wind elemental profound crystals. Now, 20 wind elemental profound crystals are here. Do you dare to accept my challenge? The young man shouted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became wider. He said, "Oh? All right then, I agree to fight you." His words caused an uproar. Lu Ming actually accepted Xing Fei's challenge? Huh, he's finished. He probably doesn't know Xing Fei's cultivation level. Xing Fei has already reached the early 6th layer of the Martial King realm. Xing Chuan is nothing in front of Xing Fei. That's right. Lu Ming's battle prowess is only slightly higher than Xing Chuan's. He's dead for sure. He'll have to spit out everything he just took. Ha ha ha, Xing Fei was overjoyed when he heard Lu Ming's reply. In a flicker, he flew towards the Divine Guard battle platform. Even within the restricted airspace of Tianxian City, it still appeared very graceful. Xing Fei stepped onto the battle platform and quickly appeared in front of Lu Ming, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Huh, Lu Ming, you shouldn't have accepted my challenge. It's too late for regrets now. Xing Fei laughed. Just now, Xing Chuan was just as arrogant. In the end, didn't he cry for his parents? Lu Ming curled his lips. Below the battle stage, Xing Chuan, who was healing himself, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who cried for their parents? He was just roaring, not crying for his parents. Lu Ming was just talking nonsense. If his words were spread, he would be even more embarrassed. Don't compare that trash Xing Chuan with me. Xing Fei sneered. In my eyes, you're all trash. Lu Ming said indifferently. Below the battle stage, Xing Chuan was already trembling. He roared in his heart, if you want to fight, then fight. Don't involve me. I'm already miserable enough. You're courting death. Xing Fei roared, his killing intent incomparably cold. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Early stage 6 Martial King realm. At the same time, a powerful wind essence filled the air. It was as if a strong wind was blowing between heaven and earth. The aura was several times stronger than Xing Chuan's. Xing Fei has comprehended the wind essence. His attacks are as fast as lightning, and his attacks are like a storm. He's invincible. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, I reckon he won't be able to withstand 10 moves. 10 moves? It'll be good if he can withstand 3 moves. I reckon Lu Ming is regretting it now. He probably didn't expect Xing Fei to be so powerful. Around them, many people were discussing and expressing their opinions. Clang! A slender long sword appeared in Xing Fei's hand. Go to hell. Xing Fei moved his body and started to attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, countless sword chi burst out from Xing Fei's hand, enveloping the whole area and sweeping toward Lu Ming. That was too fast. Lu Ming is doomed. Many people thought. But in the next moment, Lu Ming moved. His body kept flickering, shuttling back and forth in the sky full of sword chi, trying his best to avoid it. Although it was very dangerous, Lu Ming avoided it one by one. Many people were dumbfounded. Nest, I know. Lu Ming has also comprehended the wind essence, so he can avoid it. No way. I saw that his thunder essence has already reached lower level 1. Could it be that he has also comprehended the wind essence and condensed essence runes? That's terrifying. Lu Ming emitted the wind essence and sensed the changes in the wind around him. Although his wind essence was not as profound as Xing Fei's, it was enough to avoid the sword chi. Humph, then I'll defeat you with my strength. Xing Fei shouted coldly, and the sword chi in the sky disappeared instantly. Whoosh! The sword chi in the sky seemed to condense into one, turning into a sparkling blue sword chi. It instantly pierced through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. He wanted to crush Lu Ming with his powerful cultivation of LV6 Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he stabbed out with his spear. Clang! The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Suddenly, sword chi and spear radiance burst out in all directions. Xing Fei's body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Bang 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 bang, he took a dozen steps back. Of course, Lu Ming also took a dozen steps back symbolically. In the eyes of outsiders, they were evenly matched. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually blocked Xing Fei's attack. How was that possible? What was going on? Wasn't Lu Ming only slightly stronger than Xing Chuan just now? How could he block Xing Fei's attack now? Hiding his strength. Lu Ming definitely hid his strength just now. Someone yelled. Everyone came to a realization. That was right, that was the only possibility. Lu Ming had actually hidden his strength. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to lure Xing Fei down to earn ultimacy crystals? Some quick-witted people had already thought of this point, and they could not help but be dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too bold to use such a method to earn ultimacy crystals from the Xing family's heroes. Among the crowd, Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang were the most shocked. Because a few months ago, Lu Ming was far from being this strong in the Eastern Branch Palace. How long had it been since then? He was simply a monster. Xing Wushuang, in particular, was almost scared to death. When Lu Ming first joined the Empyrean Divine Guards, he was not even a half-step king. At that time, he could completely crush Lu Ming with his strength. But now? He was not even worthy of carrying Lu Ming's shoes. How could this be? How could this be?